make. Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I forgot to register for some people. Sometimes we do an online recording. So Geotherm Flora, briefly to explain you what is it. So it's really the support to the ETIP. What we do, it's a consortium of partners, EJEC, GFZ, CNR, Georg, RVO, TNO, and Rete Geothermica. It started in September for 3 years. And our goal is indeed to support all these activities about research and innovation. So the implementation working group on deep geothermal, which is composed, you can see, of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a dozen of countries plus the European Commission. These countries are also active in what was called typically geothermica, but now also is active in the CETP, the Clean Energy Partnership. ERA for the national research, EJEC for the industry, and ETIP, which is our organization today. So indeed, we consider these 3 pillars: member states, national research, industry, to support the research, institutional research activity in the emission working group. What are the activities is to support the emission working group, to support the ETIP, to look at market and technology trends, regulatory and policy and socio-economic frames, and also to monitor targets and impact. It's why in the research agenda, it's important we have a key performance indicators, a monitoring, because indeed our project activities have to deliver, being in energy efficiency, cost reduction, better performance, etc., etc. And we will have some activities to monitor these targets and impact. A question that has been asked by the Commission is also how we could see the financial sustainability of ETIP DG. So it's a common challenge. Really, they say that probably in the future we will receive less funding to publish our agenda, to organize a meeting. So we should look at some financial sustainability. We don't have any clear ideas on how we can make it until today, and we hope it will continue. Membership is for free. It's open to everybody, and we have to see how we can continue that all together. What is the role of support Geotherm Flora to the ETIP is the research agenda we discussed today by February 23. Next year, we have also to have a vision document, because the last one was 2016, 2017, I remember. And so this is a short document, but how we see geothermal in 2040, 2050. What is our vision? We say sometimes 10% of electricity, 25% of heating and cooling, but it's not only target, it's how we see. Remember, Adele, she had a good vision of at cities level. Now we have a nice graph in a city. Probably here, what should be the focus probably more in the future is how we also look at food sector, industry, all the tertiary sectors, etc., etc. So how we look at more also the local economic development. And as Jan-Dirk mentioned it also, we have to do some roadmap annually. So for next year, it's quite clear the activity is the research agenda. It's a vision document by the mid of the year, and regularly some roadmaps. Research agenda, I don't repeat what we discussed because it's the topic of today. To have an open consultation, a presentation of Hamburg, and editing and publication. For the roadmap and the vision, so it's July the vision. So probably we need already from January, February to start having some activities on it. And the roadmap is a priority. So the research agenda, we speak about 200 pages. A roadmap, we speak about 10 pages, 8 to 10 topics of priority that we want to see funded in really the near future. In terms of events for next year, it will be Geotherm Flora, of Hamburg in March. And we have to see what we do as a brokerage event and annual meeting, but we have not decided yet a clear plan of meetings and events for next year. We will have to draft that in first trimester 2023. No?
Mhm.
To map the existing events and see how we can meet. There are several possibilities and we have to discuss them. So also you as a member of ETIP DG, feel free to suggest a large event where we can have a ETIP DG meeting because it will be interesting also to have our meetings jointly with other entities because it will help us to recruit new members, but also to liaise with other people.
May I suggest to reduce the date of 1 or 2 because on the 3rd of March there will be an event in Italy, which is will be quite important for Italy. So I think some of us will be involved in such event. So it's 1 or 2 of them.
So the Wednesday 1st or the Thursday 2nd of March?
I don't know if we need to decide now, but maybe you can send a doodle to see it is the best date for, I mean, majority of a member.
Steering committee.
Yeah,
and,
steering committee. Okay.
Okay. With that, I close the presentation and review of the ETIP DG activities, and Fausto, I give you the floor for the next topic, which is to decide the name of the ETIP.
Okay. As I briefly introduced it, the idea is to change the name to ETIP Deep Geothermal into the ETIP Geothermal. Why that? Because I mean, all of us know very well that geothermal is a Cinderella of renewable energy sources around Europe. Okay, so since we are very small groups comparing with the wind or solar and so on. So the idea is to join the effort not only from I mean electricity generation or what we call deep geothermal, but also try to include in the group also the people that are now part of geothermal panel in RSH cooling, heat and cooling platform. This is also important to convey the message to the public opinion and also to the political leaders, decision makers, that the geothermal is quite unique. I mean, and also, I mean, sometimes speaking about shallow, deep can create some confusion also in people that have to understand what geothermal energy means. So this is the proposal, and of course we will try to incorporate in the ETIP or give more visibility also to the people that are now sitting in geothermal panel. I think we can also review it a bit. Organizations needed in order to increase the number of people in the steering committee or and increase the number of vice presidents if needed. Okay, but so in this way, I would like that people like Javier or other people that are now sitting in the panel can join the ETIP with more visibility and more representation. So this is essentially the reason why I propose to change the name. The same thing is going on also in the implementation working group that is now deep geothermal, but now I mean the proposal is to change the name also implementation working group on geothermal, because so that people in front of a policymaker or public opinion pick about geothermal. Then if it's shallow, if deep, or we use one technology, another technology, doesn't matter. Okay, so when people speak about wind, then we'll go to see if the windmills are 100 meters or 200 meters high. Okay, or same for. So this is the reason, so that I hope we can have a larger critical mass and to have even more political power, not power, but I mean influence on the decision maker to promote the geothermal in all different aspects. So, if you have any comment on that, please. Gilly?
Yeah, I just want to mention that we at the International Energy Agency, where I represent ETIP, we have the same trend as ETIP, that we started with a deep geothermal, but now we have moved in the same direction as you, Amy, that we are encompassing the whole geothermal. So now it's called EI geothermal, and it includes both deep and shallow. So I think it is a general trend. And also in ERA, it's very, very similar now, that the trend is to encompass the whole spectrum of geothermal energy. So that's the right trend, and I support this.
Okay. I don't know, any comment on the people which are connected?
David?
David?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in general always in favor, and I think it's strategically clever to not say deep or shallow, simply because deep or shallow also depends on the temperature gradient. So there has always been high temperature shallow geothermal use in Iceland, for example. But I think the question is more a technology question. Like, is it something that we want to include the development of heat pumps? Is this something that we are going to address? And we should actually make that very clear, because especially in there is a very dynamic development now, because this is a, will they become an industrial energy supply tool as well? So, will there be large volume heat pumps? Will those be standard technology in the future? At the moment, they're custom made, so they exist, but they're not a standard product yet. But this is something that can go very well together with geothermal, but it's not in our, let's say, research agendas right now, because we consider that to be part of shallow or low temperature applications that we don't look at. And we are already, when we start talking about heat storage, which is something that has seen a lot of attention recently. That also usually happens at relatively shallow depths. And that is something we have started to look at, but it's in a way, this question about heat pumps is important, because it's a major component of the shallow geothermal, or of the geothermal in general. In heating, and but it's not. I have not seen it in any strategic document so far.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Where we sit, we include heat pumps in the total calculations, how much geothermal heat is coming out, but not the technology. The heat pump technology, as you mentioned, the heat pumps manufacturers, we don't consider, because there is a special group, EI, on heat pumps, which is dealing with it. But there should be some kind of collaboration, with these people. And I agree that technology, the technical details of heat pumps should not be, our method, because there are other platforms dealing with it.
I'm not sure. I mean, we are also dealing with power plants. I mean, Turbodent doesn't only build power plants for geothermal, but our general ORCs are not just made for geothermal. So, the argument that heat pump technology is an independent technology is not valid, because so are ORCs. And, if we want that, I think, if we want to say we are doing all geothermal and not just deep, then we have to also have some aspect on heat pumps. I think there's no way around it. And then we need to really expand our expertise.
It's a really good point, David, indeed. Maybe can we, just to challenge that, what you say, ask the working group leaders, for example, Jan Diedrich, Laurent, or Luca, and Rund, how you will see the integration of more shallow geothermal topics in your topics. Jan Diedrich, you want to start with?
Yes. Well, as David was mentioning, in our working group, which we jointly with David on exploration, we see this indeed, that there is more attention and more focus towards shallow geothermal resources, because even at very low temperatures, you can crank up the temperatures with heat pumps. And also, as David mentioned, heat storage is a very important seasonal storage in the subsurface, and it indeed starts already at 100 meters depth. Or even shallower if you think of borehole fields. And there is a link with the technology we are providing, especially if we tear down the wall between shallow and deep geothermal, then it's clear that that should be then included, and we already anticipate including it. Not going shallower than 150 meters to draw the line somewhere at the moment. But yeah, there is we included already.
In our program, we call it direct heat. We call it direct heat, and it's normally direct heat normally comes from the shallow part. Okay, so in here we talk about direct heat. It normally comes from the shore. You know, we go about deep, like Iceland or Mexico, when it comes, and then we generate power. But we talk about direct heat, it's usually the shallow sources, you know, aquifers and all this.
Yeah, confusing. Yeah, it's very confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing. It's confusing, but I know, but normally we did when we go direct heat.
But we are trying to avoid.
So it's confusing.
We will avoid that.
Well, for Northern Europe, it would be very confusing in the non-magmatic areas, because, for example, in the Netherlands, almost all current systems are deep. They are 2 to 3 kilometers deep, but they're only direct heat. The highest temperature is 100 degrees.
But it doesn't deal with these power plants and all this, you know, and which normally about deep geothermal, in the traditional sense we had before. To start with, it was the power generation, you know, and Iceland, Mexico, Indonesia, especially.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's confusing, and we should.
So can we just what about drilling? So
I don't know if we can. First point for me, I just want to comment also on the confusion we might have on the names deep geothermal versus shallow geothermal. And today we see that in terms of social acceptance, the industry is fighting against the bad images that we have associated to one side, the deep geothermal, which are the bad guys with induced seismicity and so on, and the other guys, which are the better guys, I would say, and it is a false image. It's not a true image, because deep geothermal does not necessarily mean that you're going to hit faults that are going to generate induced seismicity first, and then people are clustering things related to names like that. So the fact that we are moving or might move towards geothermal as a whole gives the opportunity to avoid, as you said, confusion about communication, is things in terms of communication, and show that there are plenty of possibilities, technologies, and scales of projects. Having said that, I tend to agree with David on one point, which is that when we have a global view,
just please, participant, can you mute yourself, because if not, we will not be able to communicate correctly. So please, participants online, mute yourself. Thank you.
When we are gathering everything, we are encompassing lots of different kinds of projects, project scales, and so on. So what David said regarding pumps, it's true for many things. We are encompassing a lot of technologies, and we have to be careful about that, because it means that we have lots of subjects to cover. But having said that, I think that from a communication point of view, it's probably good to open the discussion and decluster a little bit regarding what geothermal means from all its parts. That's quite important, I think. From the drilling point of view, and there I will go in the same way that David started, basically, when we talk about drilling, deep geothermal, talking about depth, of course, but all the conditions or harsh conditions associated to that. That's a very specific world with specific technologies, and I think that even if we change the name, what we have discussed regarding the drilling aspects is really focused on maybe the deeper and the more demanding prospects as far as technology is concerned. For the shallower prospects, I suspect that the demand and the needs are not the same. So there will still be a focus on deeper projects, I guess, in the way we were working in the work group and the technologies we are looking at. But I think it remains compatible with the fact that we are enlarging the scope. We just have to be careful about that.
Luca, material?
I kind of agree with you, and I think that we should look at it on different perspectives. I think most of us have a technical legacy, so most of us come from, let's say, an engineering or geology or whatever, geo. So I think that we need to change a bit our point of view in terms of the communication we do, because we are creating the confusion. Okay, we create the confusion because we know that there are differences. And obviously, even if we're not even able to say what is shallow, what is deep, what is a direct use, what is electric power production, but still, we all know that there are different technical challenges in different applications, and that's fine, okay? But seeing from the outside, seeing from someone that knows nothing, honestly, we should take advantage of the fact that people think that geothermal is the same thing, from the heat pump down to the power plant fed by steam, right? Because the more people get, let's say, comfortable with having geothermal around themselves, the better it is for us as an industry, okay? Then obviously technologies are different, markets are very different. But what I think is that if we give an integrated view in general, in whatever we do, of geothermal as a whole, it's always an advantage. Then obviously, the other guys, the guys from shallow geothermal, the guys from heat pump technology, they need to agree to integrate with us if we lead that, right? And we need to understand how to integrate that. Then coming to our chapter, the material chapter, what I think is that most of the, let's say, research and innovation activities in the shallow geothermal or in the heat pump, geothermal heat pump world will be towards making cheaper plants, right? Making a cheaper applications. So there will be a lot of focus on how to use materials which are less impacting on the capex of the system, or last longer, because these systems should be used for without the maintenance that is typical of the industrial application, or towards, let's say, every improvement that makes more accessible geothermal to everyone, right? So I think there can be much in our chapter about that. Obviously, are different thematics than the ones that are related to the industrial exploitation of power from geothermal. But I think they can be seen as a whole.
So how do we refer more comments, or we close the discussion?
And I just add that communication is one of the topics, for example, for the strategic research and innovation agenda. So we will try to strengthen this concept of clarifying, also because it's part of this transparent way not to communicate. So the confusion in terms in the geothermal field is well known. Also, International Geothermal Association intends to work on this, as well as IEA, I think, and the IEA group. So I think that it will be good to have a common effort, no, in clarifying terms. First of all, for us at the European level, and then referring to the global level for defining standards in terms possibly also in the classification, no? Also this reflects also on the classification of geothermal system. So I think that we should put some more hints here in the strategic research agenda to see how to also to fund this activity, because it really requires efforts in and a real brainstorming, because we have to clarify or already for even simply for deep geothermal, and clearly even more now that we want to have geothermal energy as a tool, and I completely agree on that, because it's time that geothermal energy comes back to the concept of the heat stored in the underground, and that's it. So the building up of technology is should always refer to the overall concept of geothermal energy.
If I might add to that, I think, pardon me, I'm not feeling too well today, so sorry about the coughing. I think Luca's point of a different perspective, and the point you just made of the heat stored below, I think that's ultimately what we need to be communicating. I think coming away from the sort of the technical definitions and just having that broader definition, we need to be ultimately we're trying to influence European funding for further deployment. So we need to be in total agreement with what the European institutions define geothermal energy as, which is the heat stored below, I think. So I think I totally agree with the name change and the inclusion of perhaps the inclusion of heat pumps as well, or at least the integration across those technologies.
Okay. How do we do now, Mr. President, on this agreement? We vote, or we just have a consensual agreement?
I don't know. Since I mean, time is running, we
Yes.
are a bit late. I don't know. Are there any other comments on from participants?
People online, they all agree. Eh? I
Okay.
haven't seen any disagreement.
So, if you all agree, I don't think we need to vote. We can. Assume.
Ricardo wanted to intervene. Ricardo?
Yes, Ricardo.
I am, excuse me, I am just wondering what's about the funding of the activity. So, I mean, if we enlarge the to heat pumps and shallow geothermal, what will be the possible increase on funding? Because of course you will have a shortage on the deep geothermal in favor of the shallow or not. This is only a matter of money, let me say, because in general, as general point of view, I fully agree with Fausto's proposal, because it's important to communicate very well to the people, not knowing everything about geothermal activity. So I fully agree in principle. The only thing is to try not to diminish the funding to deep geothermal.
Ricardo, it's a really good remark, but you will see this afternoon we will present the new calls for Horizon Europe for 23-24. And if you look at, for example, the wording, is it mentioned deep or shallow? For example, one topic is innovative application of geothermal heating and cooling in industry. So it's not mentioned deep geothermal industry or shallow geothermal industry. It's mentioned geothermal heating and cooling for industry. And it's up to you to define after how you want to develop your project. No? But I think, à contrary, I think it will make us more powerful to communicate and to lobby for having more funding, because showing that we have a large range of technologies and applications.
Yes.
But we take note of this potential fair, and we will work on it in the communication to be sure we have it done properly. Okay?
Okay. So, if you agree on my proposition, I would say we're going to change the name of in ETIP geothermal. Okay.
Faster, would that name be changed before the consultation?
No, we will do it. We have to do it properly in communication. So
Yes,
we do that
yes.
next year.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, let's move ahead in the agenda. I think, Philippe, you want to talk about Repower?
Yeah, the
Or-
policy news. You will see why it's important for you to be aware about the recent development in policy initiative. Because, for example, in Horizon Europe, the work program 23-24, you have many references to policy initiative. And notably, one call is to implement Report EU. And when you see what is Report EU, you will better understand what it means implement Report EU with energy, research and innovation in energy technologies. So what has been the recent news? It's a lot of activities since the Green Deal. So the Green Deal 2019, and you can see for geothermal, it means some initiatives, some legislation, some financing opportunities. And especially the last one, the last bubble, you can see completely on the right at the bottom, Report EU was a new initiative launched after the energy crisis we had for more than 1 year. And it's bringing a tsunami of new legislation. So Report EU, I will not go to all the details which are beyond just interest of geothermal energy, but for geothermal energy, we have some specific reference. And it's really good for us because when we take, when policymakers take some urgent measures, in the past, often geothermal was not taken into account. And here you see, a contrario, a clear reference to geothermal, accelerate the development of geothermal energy. They mentioned to triple geothermal heating and cooling by 2030. David, about heat pumps, you will see in the communication, but it was also clarified by the Director General for Energy, Jorgensen, last week. When they speak of heat pumps, they speak of small scale, but so large scale heat pumps, especially for geothermal district heating. It was her mentioning large scale heat pump for geothermal district heating. So we speak about also large range of heat pump. And here they look at notably strengthen the supply chain, and indeed it's true in policy, but it's true in funding. And you see the new call on innovation fund is also about manufacturing. So there will be a lot of focus in the near future on reindustrialize Europe and having manufacturing in Europe of the different equipments for the renewable energy technologies. So Report EU, it's a lot of legislation, but what is really good for us is so this clear focus on geothermal, on heat pumps. So you can see here 10 million heat pumps in the next 5 years, and all scale, and not only small scale, but also large scale with geothermal. A focus on skills partnership. We know that to deploy all these technologies, we will need a skilled workforce for all geothermal technologies. As mentioned, geothermal should at least triple. So this is one of the sentences you should use in your project proposal, because we need to develop technologies to triple geothermal at least by 2030. In terms of legislation, what we are seeing it's the update of the Renewable Energy Directive with a new binding target of 45% of renewables by 2030. We are at 20% for a moment, 21. So we need to have 45 by 2030. And especially for us in ETIP, DG is interesting. The first bullet point is 5% of install rates from innovative technologies by 2030. Of course, it's a legislative measures, but it will bring a lot of new activities in research, innovation, policies, and funding. So it was a joint lobbying we have done between all renewable energy associations, and it's quite important. Also, indicative target for storage technologies. And I think a good win from our sector is that we don't speak only about electrical storage, no, but more and more about thermal storage. And after also about electricity specific point. There's also a clear focus to develop renewability and cooling. You can see with the annual percentage point increase in the future, and notably to have nearly 50% of renewables in building by 2030. On geothermal, what we really like is one provision of renewable energy, which is implementing our research agenda, is to have a risk mitigation framework. And when we mention risk mitigation for renewable heating and cooling, it's for geothermal because in bioenergy, in solar thermal, they don't have any risk associated with the development. So it's a technology neutral provision, but for us, it's really important. And the second important topic is to help us to develop geothermal heat supply to industry is heat purchase agreement. So long-term security of supply of your energy. Last but not least, the report EU has provided clear amendments on permitting with the concept of renewable go-to areas. And here I look at David and Jan Diederik because for the moment they have not been able to define renewable go-to areas for geothermal. So where you could have an easier permitting process in a defined zone. So you need to have a pre-resource assessment to know already the zone where you have a green light and the zone where you will need more orange light and you need to do more permitting also. So here maybe we should integrate this wording and this concept in our roadmap. Maybe not version in the roadmap, it's a concept we should have in mind. And the last proposal that will be proposed next week on the 13th, no, sorry, not today, my mistake, it's today, the European ministers are meeting to discuss the latest development of REPOR-EU, and they will adopt, because the decision is already taken, a geothermal heat pump simplification process where you will have 3 months for permitting period, maximum, all over Europe. And it's good because it's a fast permitting and a clear reference to geothermal heat pump.
What does it mean, permitting, 3 months permitting period?
It means that when you ask in a country, you have already some traffic light system in many countries where you don't just do a notification, but in many countries you don't have a traffic light system. It means that when you have to install a geothermal heat pump, you need to ask an authorization.
Yeah.
And in some countries, it can take 6 months or more.
Okay, so they have to handle it
within 3 months maximum, all over the European Union.
very good.
So that it should help further development. And my last slide is you will not be able to hear it because we are a bit late, but it's so last week the Director General for Energy, Diteyule Jørgensen, announced these measures, and she made a free reference in 1 minute about geothermal energy. So it's good that at top EU level we have a clear reference and people promoting geothermal. What is the next step? So the negotiation are ending, the permitting is key, and today it should be announced. Next year there will be a reform of the stated guidelines, and we hope also easy provision for demonstration project to have some exemptions, especially as an answer to the American IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and also for us on minerals, and especially lithium. In February, they will announce a Critical Raw Material Act, and we hope to focus and reference to geothermal lithium as a local security of supply of minerals. Okay? So this was a short presentation on policy.
Older buildings and older homes, and again, we see that works very well. One specific example on that are geothermal heat pumps that also work in bigger cities where there can otherwise be challenges. So we have made a proposal to accelerate permitting for geothermal heat pump installation that is supported by member states, and so we hope that can go forward really as part of the emergency measures to address the current energy crisis.
So you could see this announcement from the Director General of Energy European Commission. And you will see this afternoon when we present funding opportunities, these topics are mentioned. Okay?
Okay.
That's all from my side. And now it's...
I just want to make one more comment that in the heat pumps, we should definitely exclude air-to-air heat pumps. I mean, we should only include anything which is, these air-to-air heat pumps, which are the most popular. They should not be considered as geothermal. I mean, this is doesn't go too far, I think. I don't know any comments on this.
Geothermal heat pump. Actually, are not really the right name, because heat pump is heat pump, and then you can use water, air.
But the energy which comes from the
Okay.
energy which comes from the
Anyway, let's move ahead, Philippe, in the agenda. I don't think we have time to take a break because we are late. But if people want to have
Exactly. If you want to,
5 minute break, we can have.
maybe we just do a 2 minute break to allow the change of presentation, because I will give the floor now to Jan Diedrich. I don't know how you want to connect your computer to share your screen.
Yeah, I hope with the.
You can share your screen with your.
Yeah, I can do it.
You're connected to Zoom?
Yeah.
But you can share with Zoom.
Yeah, sure. I will do that.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a 5 minute, okay?
Yeah.
A break.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yes. Okay, we are ready to start again, and I will give the floor now to Jan Diedrich and now David, if he wants to assist as a working leader on geo-resource assessment.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Try the presentation mode. So I will kick off the strategic research and innovation agenda review of today. So it basically means that we are in the process of finalizing our SRIA. This meeting is intended to give an overview, of course, of where we are with the SRIA. In principle, it's now closed for input. But of course, people, when they are hearing that it's closed for input, then they start providing input. So, and of course, we are dynamic because it's better to have a last-minute input than to have a bad document or an incomplete list. So we are. I think I can speak on behalf of all the working group leaders that are still happy to get input. But of course, we need to finalize this document before the Offenburg meeting and also to have the consensus before the Offenburg meeting. Of course, we also spend a lot of time already 2 years on gradually updating the document and discussing it. So what we also see in practice is that there's some changes in the topic list, but it's not that dramatic. But of course, everybody is invited to still add to it, and I think we at the table agreed so far that we at least keep it open until the end of the year for input, but then afterwards that we really consolidate the input and that it will be sent around or that we will have specific questions. So this is intended to and I will kick off jointly with my co-leader David Boom with the working group 1, which is on geo-resources assessment. As you can see, this is also still a bit of an overview where it stands, this was the slide. So this is the working groups which will be presented today, which is a bit, which is in essence workflow oriented, project development oriented, and is disciplinary focused. So our working group is geo-resources assessment. We have 5 main topics with subtopics, which are exploration technologies, reservoir modeling, which in essence involves reservoir characterization and simulation, predictive models for the resource, catalogs and geothermal databases, and then beyond conventional resources is the 4th major topic, and resources and reserves estimation is the last one. So to go through the topic. So this is the exploration technologies, where we distinguish 4 types of technologies which are relevant to be developed. Okay. It's primarily service-based imaging techniques for the reservoirs, which are mostly existing techniques, but where we want to especially obtain cost reduction, but of course also innovations like remote to harness remote sensing based technologies. Then in parallel there is more what is now the dubbed as the in situ methods, which really focuses on what you can measure in your reservoir, although of course there's some overlap with the surface based, which also contains wellbore VSP, which is in combination with surface. But this focuses on aspects which you really can only measure in the subsurface, like heat flow, reservoir temperature, thermomechanical properties, in situ stress, and chemistry aspects and flow paths, etc. Which then also involves the equipment like sensor and tracer technology but also lab facilities which are needed and underpinning to be able to operate and to innovate in this domain. Then on another note, that the integrated exploration workflow focuses on how to best develop an asset using best-in-class technologies, especially this deals with visualization, but also data integration and also the interpretation of the subsurface and service derived data from the exploration technologies. And last, also non-data acquisition aspect, it's very important that to enhance the models you can retrieve, or the imaging you can get from the subsurface based on existing or legacy data, especially, for example, existing oil and gas data, but also other data by AI and computational science, including processing and machine learning. Then the next topic is on reservoir modeling, which focuses basically on predictive modeling capabilities of the reservoir itself, but also on a larger scale, so lift sphere to regional scale, where the aim is to the prime aim is to develop predictive models on these two scales. So these are the two first subtopics, and then going more towards the business models to derive also from these predictive models, which are used for pre-drill estimates of the resource, assessment of the resource, to arrive at public and transparent performance models, which then also can be used for bankability of projects and to communicate to stakeholders without a geoscience background, financial risks, which then of course also should include in this close, maybe I don't know if I still have to point to that, but there's a close interaction also with technical and environmental risks, which are not necessarily related to financial performance, but are very important for the societal acceptance, which relates to another working group effort. And last, which is also more of a cross-cutting task, is decision and risk management techniques, which deals with the fact that you need to make decisions under huge subsurface uncertainty, and special techniques, and also improvement possible, like value of information and play-based oriented approaches, which also is particularly relevant in view of the repower objectives, like tripling the geothermal development. And then also argues for much more entrepreneurial state effort in geothermal. So we also link there with the technology challenge. Then the second topic. This is a topic which I think exists since 5 decades, and a number of these subtopics also exist already 5 decades, which relates to the more challenging resources to develop. A real new one, which is maybe not even that challenging to develop, but takes a lot of attention right now, is the more shallower resources, as we discussed before, related also to heat pump technology and demand for seasonal storage, especially thermal storage. But like the other two topics here below that, so the super hot geothermal systems and the enhanced geothermal systems, they're of course important to keep on pursuing and can yield tremendous power resources for the future. So we should push that forward in Europe, especially for magnetic resources. There's a tremendous value in that. Then more of I consider this a very challenging business case for the future, even if it works. That's the closed loop systems. If you think of the ever loop kind of approaches, this can be it's very challenging, but if it would fly, it would be a major breakthrough. So for that reason, it's an interesting concept. On the other hand, what I think, and this was mentioned before, which relates to the very well to the repower again is the ground source heat pumps. One of the possibilities for extended development of ground source heat pumps is deepening them. It's possible at very low cost in many settings in Europe, and it allows also to develop them in densely populated areas much more effectively than the shallow one. So there is, again, that's linked very nice with technology challenges which we face or that we can answer from exploration, like how do you do the permitting process, what are cheap drilling technologies. So there's also a link with drilling technology here. And then the last item, which again also relates more also to other working groups, is co-production, which also links to the lithium, but it's not only lithium, it's also looking at associated gas, like very nice demonstration plant in Croatia, I think it is, the 300 project, Vodafone.
Yeah.
But also aspects like CO2 reinjection, which is possible as an associated gas.
What is CO2?
Sorry?
What is it? I couldn't even say.
CO2 reinjection. CCS basically, combining that with geothermal. And please ask me to hurry up.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
We'll see how many comments we have.
Then, well, 2 topics to go still. So the analogs and the catalogs, these are very important. On one hand, as lighthouse examples of reservoir models and analogs to show, which is also from communication perspective, I think there's also a strong cross-link to show here it works very well, this type of reservoir. But also for our own scientific community, that we have the hands-on access to the best possible data sets for further study. That's the second topic in this list, but before that is rock property databases that we try to harmonize. We have a lot of sub rock property databases which sometimes are situated at operators from oil and gas, but that yield tremendous value for the geothermal community if they are opened up. And of course, there's also a lot of additional activity necessary. Again, for example, magnetic resources or new resources we want to develop, or other aspects we want to understand of resources, like which relate to environmental aspects, that we need to study the rocks in different ways, so that these databases are important. And some further, the third subtopic here is upscaling standards. So how to link different scales, which relates to at the smaller scale to the rock property scale, the database scale, but also up to the reservoir scale, up to larger scales. How do they integrate? And last is which can help, especially as a pre-competitive effort on regional, going from regional towards site development, the necessity for reliable reference maps and models, which also then yields a connection with the geosurveys of Europe. But also with the scientific efforts like ETIP. And I think there's lots to gain there also from a communication perspective, to simply showcase or show to policymakers that it's so heterogeneous in Europe, the availability of reference maps and models across, and how that can either promote or stop or no, stop is not the right word, but form a barrier in the geothermal development. Then the last topic, which is well, it's of a limited technical scope, I would say. So there's a lot of cross connections also with the IGA. I think it's on assessing the resource potential in a uniform way. So, which first of all, of course, deals with the geothermal resource quantification, which can be different for different types of reservoirs, and that from there, if you have best best possible tools to do that, to come with resource assessment and reporting tool, which is of course a very important goal for policymakers, and is on not defined so much by our community but by others, but we can provide the tool technology to do the predictions which are needed in this report. And again, the link with communication and this is the documentation of our report. So to conclude, I'm very happy. I think I also speak on, well, David, we are jointly, I think, very happy with where we stand with our working group topic list. We still need to flesh out the document. There's some inconsistencies and things which can be a bit stronger. And we are happy to take any further comments or input.
Maybe we can ask if there's an immediate reaction. Me, I have just one. In your previous slide, you mentioned some topics that are beyond just geothermal. No?
Yeah.
Maybe it will be interesting to highlight them in a way, because in a perspective of funding opportunities, maybe we could be funded not only by a geothermal budget, but by by a cross technology topic. So I don't know how we can flash them, but it'll be interesting to see how we can have also cooperation with other sectors, no? Also to have this realized. It was in the previous, on this slide, not, but in the previous slides.
Which one did
the rock property database would be interesting not only for geothermal, no?
Yeah.
It's not only for geothermal interest.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's a general thing. Yeah.
And so here we could think maybe another funding program.
You're right. It's a very good idea.
I know how we can highlight it in a way.
Also for digital, no?
Yeah, sure.
Digital revolution of data relating to energy. I think it could be worth to mention this. Because this is required.
I have a couple of comments. One is when we speak about innovation methods, I will add also technologies, because now we need to go a higher step from a TRL 3, 4. Let's move to higher TRL. So technology is a key word, okay? Because it's not just a method. It's not just a matter of science, pure science. Okay. Second, I don't know if it makes sense to speak about conventional and beyond. What does it mean, conventional? Okay.
Show a slide maybe.
Sorry?
Show a slide maybe.
You're right.
I know what does it mean, but if you talk about with the lady who was the director, say, conventional, what is it? They don't know what is geothermal. So then,
good point.
So and beyond the conventional, I think it's I don't know. You have to find out. We have to find out better ways to highlight this topic, which are very important. You know, beyond the conventional. I think
in the previous we use next generation of technologies.
Shall we put that back? That's fine.
It's up to you. It's you to decide with David. But it was just a concept we use now. Next generation of technology.
I think of the thing you mentioned, like connecting to the repower. So the 5%
innovative technology.
Of course, we don't
resources.
We have to find the right terminology, but the very easy there, no?
We don't think we don't need to find out the right word, but the comment is there. And also, I think we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because let's start from previous strategic research agenda and see if some topics can remain the same but with higher TRL. That's go in the direction also of many recommendations made by, for instance, Matthias Seide, you know. So just move ahead, because otherwise we put on the table new topics for research, but at very low
Yeah.
TRL, while I mean people want to see implementation and application. Okay, that's my comment.
Concretely, maybe one suggestion is that let's look at the call that we planned this afternoon on exploration technologies, no?
Yeah.
And try to imagine what will be the follow-up to. You will have a project, and what would be a follow-up, because I think the TL is quite low now.
Yeah.
It's 5.
Yeah.
So what will be a follow-up to such a research activity? To not stop it at TL5, but to continue it. What will be the next steps needed? I know it could be a concrete idea, no, how to materialize
No,
it.
I agree. That's yeah, indeed. In the ecosystem approach, you typically would say, okay, after you have developed a concept, it needs to be tested and it needs to be developed in a demonstrator project, and that's often. Well, of course, we sometimes have a demonstrator project, but then it only demonstrates one aspect, but the other aspects are never demonstrated.
For me, it's the main lessons learned from the last 10 years, no? In 2020, we have developed a series of really good projects. I remember the scrambled thermodrilling drilling, GMX, and so on. But there's no follow-up to these activities. No, when these activities are done, we are, and also us, we move to a new research agenda without taking into account that maybe we need to still develop.
What is missing is deployment.
Yeah, deployment.
And that's it's not just a matter of research innovation, project. I mean, people who are, I mean, investors who are willing to make projects, because I think in terms of advancement in the research and innovation, I think, I mean, on geothermal, we did a great step ahead. Okay, so I am in this business for many years, and I can really appreciate what kind of improvement we had in the research and innovation. But now the matter is to put on the ground, I mean, to deploy the project. That's it. One other my comment, which is general for all the working group, it's I know that it could be difficult to define KPI and budget. Even it's I know that it's quite early, but think about it. Okay. KPI is fundamental, because when we go to apply for project, I mean, for proposal, you have to define what is the performance KPI. For some working group, I know it is difficult. I spoke briefly yesterday with Adela. It's really difficult to define KPI for social acceptance, but this will be an effort to be done. Just for general comment.
One KPI we have to take into account are the targets of the implementation working group. Anyway.
Okay. So thank you, Ian. Let's move to the other one.
Sure. We move to Laurent, but just to explain the process today, it's not the final possibility for you to comment. Is an oral possibility for you to comment. And the working group leaders will decide on a working group what will be the next step before we open the pre-consultation. So now we move to well technologies. Do you have something to share?
I'm going to try to share the list of topics, maybe if it's possible.
Yeah, if not, I can show you. I can show that if you wish.
I stop sharing. So
does it work?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have to use my microphone.
No, we use my.
Okay, that's great. The first point we mentioned that I have to thank all the people who contributed to these reflections and to this group. We had a growing number of participants, I would say, a long time. Until these recent days, I have to say I pushed people a little bit, saying, okay, right, we have this annual meeting, and this is basically the deadline we have. And as Philippe has mentioned, we will take a little bit of time until the end of the year, which is quite near, to update, of course, everything and all the contributions I have received recently. So many thanks to everyone for contributing and for your last rush, I would say. And I have received quite a lot these days. So apologize, it's not fully updated on the document you can see on the Dropbox, but it's going to come soon. And don't hesitate to comment. We still have a few days to complete things. Here on the screen, you have the list of topics that have been that we are still working on, basically. First one is towards robot drilling technologies. Very interesting because among the technologies that can improve the way we drill, tools and methods, obviously we have one that has been taken out as a independent topic, which is this robot drilling aspect. It was already in the previous agenda, and it's still obviously highly motivating, and not only in the geothermal industry, by the way. The oil and gas is moving quite a lot also. Alongside, of course, the second topic, which is the optimized penetration rate technologies. They're typically more related to tools and methods in the way we drill. Topic number 3, drilling fluids, and number 4, materials for casing, cementing, and completions. Obviously, again, that's what's all around the drilling aspect itself, and the way we improve our wells to make them last in time. I would say so. So we want to we want to ensure that the wells we are going to complete are going to perform for a long time, and that's maybe one of the key points that we identified across all topics during the discussions we had. Topic 5, monitoring, logging while drilling, and geosteering. With topic 6 that we kept separated, high temperatures electronics. There we talk about the data gathering, but above all the capacity to gather data and use it in real time. Don't forget that we are talking about the well technology and drilling technologies here. Topic 7, production and stimulation technologies. Then there we are moving maybe to the next step. We are beyond drilling, that we are on the aspects, the production aspects. And to finish, 2 topics for which we have some issues. I would say they are topics which are quite important, and it might sound strange, but they did not get much response in terms of discussions. The first one is novel and optimized well architectures. It might sound very important, but very limited response on this topic. And same thing for the enhanced production pumps, for which we don't have much. And it's very surprising, I would say, or you might think it's very surprising according to the discussion we started with David this morning. It's a very important subject, but the reason probably here for these 2 topics is that they are very transverse, and basically people who are in the work group itself do not feel really into this subject, or have the competence, or and maybe the solution lies across several work groups. And we have an issue there for these topics, basically, which is that maybe the next step, and it was mentioned, is going to cross-check with the different groups how we can gather the elements that are going to feed this topic that might travel from one work group to the other. And we had this discussion specifically regarding pumps with Philippe and Nikos, because it's a very important subject, and it has to be fed, I would think, more transverse way, maybe, because what we gathered in the work group is not maybe reflecting the importance of the subject, and we have to be careful about that. I'm going to try to share maybe, and in continuation with that, I'm going to try to share. Let's see, we have lost it. Oh, here it is. The first part of the first chapter of the document, the first paragraph, sorry. Here it is, you can see it, which are the general comments, the things that really have driven the discussions that you find behind most of the discussions we had, the general trends on which the technical topics are built, I would say. And there are, among these drivers, of course, there are technical issues, there are economical issues, but we see that we have trends that are very interesting to maybe to detail a little bit there, and maybe in these very general things, other topics and other work group leaders are going to find their way. So maybe you all had this kind of discussions. Among the drivers, we had the technology transfer from the oil and gas industry. and also the mining industry, where we have people with a huge history in terms of developing workflows, methods, and tools, which can benefit to the geothermal industry. It's very important to take into account this legacy and to work with it. But we have also to keep in mind that geothermal energy and the geothermal industry has its own specificity. We have different kinds of projects, very different kinds of projects, very different scales, and not the same amount of money we can put on the projects also. It's very different scale at from several points of view. And I would also say about that as it was mentioned before, when we talk about unconventional reservoirs, the oil and gas industry is focused on very specific reservoirs, I would say. When they talk about unconventional reservoir, they talk about reservoirs which are hydrocarbon bearing. And we have to keep in mind, and we all know that these unconventional reservoirs, well, the geothermal industry is dealing with much greater range of geology prospects, kind of prospects. And we have to take this into account. We have to adapt to the specificity of geothermal energy. So everything is not, you cannot transfer directly from the oil and gas to geothermal. And there's a process of digestion that have to be done, and cost is a great part of that. First point. Second point is gaining productivity does not mean necessarily cheaper. And when you are drilling wells, and this is very important for the drilling technologies, the money you spend in drilling your wells and making your wells as clean as possible and as stable as possible, that's a gain of money for the life of the well that you are going to make longer in the way you drill it at the first time. And this goes probably through, of course, technological issues, but also the ability to adapt and to predict the geology of the reservoir, and also the way the reservoir is going to behave. And there's clearly an effort to put and continue on models, uncertainty analysis, risk assessment, all around the knowledge of the reservoir itself, even before we drill. And then we get close to what Jan was explaining. There's really a way to feed exploration, going to feed the exploration wells and then the production wells in the way we are going to do them. And you remember I mentioned about well architecture. This is where we have difficulties to fetch contributions regarding well architecture, but this is a place where I can question. Another challenge to tackle is regarding the industrialization of geothermal. Basically, we are looking at having more and more projects. We are looking at generalizing geothermal that goes through industrialization, I would say, business models and the definition of standards. And this is very good, but this is also, there's also a danger related to that, which is when we are going to define the kind of projects that are going to be replicated, that are going to be the projects of tomorrow and that we want to generalize, we don't want to narrow the spectrum of the projects we can develop, because geothermal is something, and we've seen that can be used in terms of production everywhere and in many cases. So we have to be careful in the way we think. Standardization is a key, it's very important, but we don't want it to reduce the possibilities of development and the possibilities in terms of research and innovation. That's critical. And there's something very specific regarding geothermal. We've been across this subject a few minutes ago, which is that every time we talk about subsurface, we talk about heat, and the deeper we go, the more heat we have. So co-production and specificities can be found in so many projects, in so many cases. We need to keep this flexibility. So standardization is a very good thing. Industrialization, we have to go towards that, but we have to be very careful in the way we do. And this is part of the discussions also. Heat is going to be a key thing in the future for various reasons, and from a social acceptance point of view, we have issues at the moment regarding the deepest projects. People relate that, really relate deep projects to power production, and the social acceptance point of view is very important at this extent. Coming back to what we said about the name of the ETIP, again, there's a communication effort that has to be done really regarding our technologies, geothermal energy, and maybe to change the image that people have in their mind. On the other hand, it means that we have to be extremely cautious in how we deal regarding the environment and the people, dealing with seismicity, induced seismicity, for example, and mastering these kind of things. That goes back to my very first subject, which is modeling, understanding the subsurface, understanding the constraints and the geology. Finally, of course, regarding environments, I'd like to conclude on that maybe. There are subjects, extremely related subjects in monitoring what we are doing regarding the environment. So we can talk about life cycle assessment. We can talk about communication. I insist on that. There's really a cross link with other work groups of this extent. This is all for me. I think we have covered a few things and maybe some generalities that you are going to on the other groups to complete, I hope. Well, this is the status.
Thank you, Laurent. I don't know also if there's some immediate reaction. Me, I just have a comment. As we also discussing today the integration of topics from the shallow geothermal basket. When you mention ETN and cooling, in shallow geothermal, the challenge we say in drilling number one is systems easier to install. Challenge is urban environment. How you have a drilling rig able to go into the city. It's good. Shallow or deep is the issue. Is how you have a systems easier to be installed, and not how to drill better in urban environment.
Yeah, it's true, and it connects to another subject we had, and which comes from people dealing with materials, basically saying, okay, we are looking for materials that are going to last a long time. And some of our colleagues regarding materials are a bit depressed at the moment, saying, okay, between brackets, we've been trying for years and years and years, and we know that the toughest materials, they can be ruined in a relatively limited amount of time. There is no solutions in thinking about wells that are going to last forever from the materials point of view. We have to do better, that's for sure, but solution might also come from our ability to replace parts and to easily go and change completions with workovers, the cheapest ways, the cheapest possible ways, and the easiest possible ways. And it's really this ability to upgrade wells a long time and to go through workovers a long time at the cheapest cost and with the best technical ability joins this subject really, which is the ability to equip wells the easiest way and to be able to change completions and go through workover easier.
Okay, one comment from my side is related to the materials, okay, which is a kind of overlapping with the working group of materials. So for me, it would make sense to move this activity in the materials just to be consistent with the goal of working with materials. Though, I mean, the contribution of drilling people would be materials. I mean, would be essential. And the other is related to the drilling fluid. Okay, so reading the documents, I saw that you are talking about the green fluids. Okay, so maybe this is also something that can be moved to the other working group, which is or circularity or even
we have identified the three overlapping topics between the chapter materials and this chapter, which are exactly the development of the eco-friendly drilling fluids, the development of materials such as casing and so on, and the other one was the high temperature electronics. So these
Yeah.
three topics were almost completely overlapping.
Yes.
So we should decide where we want to put them, even if obviously where there is most of the competence, maybe in this case, especially for the electronics would be in the drilling side, because there's not really much about materials, even if you study the materials of the electronics,
Yeah.
right? So I don't know how we want to approach this, because the three things that they are in both topics and in both the chapters, and I don't know where they should stay best, right? So maybe it depends also on who is contributing in terms of expertise on the single chapters. So if in your chapter there are people who are very active in providing you inputs on these topics, maybe it's better to keep them there, right? If there are more on the materials chapter, maybe, I don't know, we should create consistent
It's a matrix,
team.
you know,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a matrix. The materials is cross-cutting.
Yeah,
Okay, so
absolutely.
there is materials, for instance, for equipment.
Yeah, for everything.
For everything. And no, my suggestion is to having the materials, because there will be more synergy. Okay, because the people that are going to build heat pump, well pump, can be interfaced with the people that are going to build the surface plant, okay, as well as the casing of the well. Sometimes is related to the wellhead, and the wellhead is related to the gathering system, which is part of. So material is material, okay. So but anyway, it's important to focus what are the needs, okay? For the drilling technology group, even for the power plant power system group that now we are going to talk, and then we will decide the end. But since we are dealing with development of new materials that we are resistant to the corrosion, okay, for instance, corrosion to what? Should be in the heat exchanger, but also will be in the casing, wellhead, piping, and the same for the equipment. Should stand at temperature of about, I don't know, 200, 300 C in harsh condition, that can work even in the borehole, but also in the power plant if needed. So anyway, this is
Laurent, there's a comment from Antoine Janou online. And I see that Dimitrios wanted to intervene also, no?
Yes.
Yes, just one comment on the materials. Materials, I think, is a much broader subject than wells and drilling, because there are different conditions. The materials needed for the well have to face much tougher conditions like pressure, higher temperature, and also chemistry of the fluid, while in the surface the conditions are more or less controlled. The temperature can be controlled depending on the evaporation level, or also if you have a central heat exchanger, you can control the secondary circuit. So this is the comment I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitrios. So, Laurent, if you want to answer to Antoine.
Thank you, Antoine. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for discussion, because this is covering, I think, what I was mentioning earlier. We know that we can work a lot on materials. Materials are not going to answer everything regarding the lifespan of the well.
No, it's your call.
This can be depressing for, as mentioned, this can be depressing for people working on materials, because the ultimate solution does not exist. And if it exists, if it could exist, it could be very expensive also. And it doesn't change anything to the fact that interventions on wells are very expensive too. So the other way to work and to complete the material issue when it comes to completion and casing is to work on the ability to replace parts, to change completions at the most possible limited cost. And there is clearly an issue that has been identified in the work group for that. Maybe not clear solutions advanced at the moment, but this is also the role of the SRIA to open path, saying, okay, guys, this is the direction we have clearly to dig and to go through. So yes, a key point is to work on, and this is between architectures and workover methods.
C'est obligatoire depuis cette année, enfin depuis l'année dernière, je crois.
Oui, plutôt rassurant.
So less expensive, sorry, less expensive.
Comme le suivi de trésor, hein, il y a écrit qu'il n'y a pas d'observation, mais c'est quand même, ça la boîte.
Somebody to unmute, please, please. Mute yourself.
Ouais.
Ils ont écrit ENA, mais
It sounds like
c'est quand même le suivi de trésor.
Okay, yeah, okay, it's fine.
Okay, Laurent, sorry. It's okay?
That's okay.
Do we have a last comment from the people joining online on well technologies? No? If not, we move to the topic power systems, and we have Marco Baresi and Riccardo Corsi online.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. We focus on the power system on 5 topics, and more or less is the same work that we have performed for the last meeting. The news is we received just yesterday an additional information related to the geothermal system hybridization. I can share the screen.
Sure, I stop sharing.
Okay. Yes, this one. Okay. Yes, so the 5 topics. You see, the 5 topics are topic 1, advanced binary cycle, power cycle, and efficiency improvement. The second is
Marco, we don't see your screen. Huh?
You don't see?
No.
Okay, sorry, I retried. Okay. This one. Okay. Now is okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, as I told, we focus on 5 topics. The first one is the advanced binary cycle, power cycle, and efficiency improvement. The second is ETIP power flexible production. And for this topic, I sent you an email yesterday, Philippe, because it's very close to the topic to the topic 3 of the next chapter relating heating and cooling systems, so we can have probably the possibility to merge the 2 topics. The topic 3 of power system is geothermal system hybridization. Topic 4 is closed loop, and topic 5 is equipment for total reinjection. Going deeper in detail, we can jump to the page 43.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Sorry. We can highlight the main part of each topic in order to discuss and to close this chapter. Topic 1, advanced binary cycle, power cycle, and efficiency improvement. The main objective is to develop an advanced binary plant for geothermal exploitation at different temperature level. And so the objective is to develop a techno-economical solution with reduced overall plant cost or maximize plant efficiency. and giving details relating to the potential for technology development, we can focus on reducing the plant footprint, increasing average turbine efficiency, increasing net cycle efficiency, reducing thermal waste without increasing either the number of rotation component or plant complexity, reducing balance of plant, and upscaling the capacity of power and heat plants. Related to the technology development, we should focus also on working fluid and the future to be considered for these improved fluids are saturated condition, thermal stability, flammability, explosivity, low zone depleting potential, low greenhouse warming potential, and cost reduction. More or less, this is a consolidated chapter. I don't know if there is some question or other, but in our opinion, is more or less closed. The second is related to the heat and power flexible production. The contribution we received is focused on combined heat and power production by means of geothermal energy is the main objective to increase efficiency, flexibility in the economics. We have a sub-objective for geothermal plant, and the focus will be to reducing reinjection temperature, or maximize the power output and the use of storage technologies. There are the three topics they underline. And the potential for technology development are to develop more integrated concept for combined heat and power production, and heat storage allows further flexibilization in time, short-term heat storage, and so on. And also in this case, in our opinion, the chapter is more or less completed. As I said before, we received just yesterday the new contribution from geothermal system hybridization. And frankly speaking, we have not the time to go deeper into details. So I kindly ask some expert in this field to analyze the chapter in order to understand if can be amended or maintained, because the mention in this chapter is mainly to storage and also the use of phase change material, but currently I'm not the know-how to understand if it is the right fitting in this chapter or not. So I don't know if there are someone in the room that could help in to check this specific chapter.
I can.
Antoine, okay, you are on the line, so you are the contributor, is it correct?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. No, just hybrid system is a system based on storage, and we know that the difficulties of to manage flow energy like wind, solar, even biomass, which is cyclic. You need a storage solution for this energy management. And what my feeling is, geothermal is out of this. Is not geothermal community is not looking or pretty much attention to this topic, the energy storage, and it's the purpose of this topic. Just to demonstrate that it's possible to store a large quantity of PCM underground and to produce energy daily, like an hydroelectric dam or pump storage hydro. You know, this lake in the mountains that have this kind of installation. So we can do it, and we work on it with thermodynamic lab in France from les Arts et Métiers. And so we have the beauty is we can gather non-technique oil and gas technique, because we are storing hydrocarbon gases, and that is something we know. And also we have the thermodynamic cycle to generate energy with daily energy, consistent daily production of high pressure hot gas, and we know how to do that. And also we know how to store energy, thermal energy in this we know how to store thermal energy in order to balance the system. Is more or less what we are talking about in this topic.
Okay, thank you, Antoine. I don't know if there is some comment from the other part.
From my point of view, I think you did a good job. You highlighted clearly well the objective task description, and even you propose some budget figure as well as target and KPI. So I think it's this would be. I suggest to other groups to take this form as an example to follow in preparation of the other.
Indeed, it's not an end story today, huh? So it's good. As we mentioned, Marco, you with Ricardo, you have to tell us if in the next 10 days or in the next 20 days you are able to have a version valid for a public consultation.
Yeah.
And after we move on. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, of course. And yes, sorry, last two topics are related to the closed loop. Also in this case is well developed. We are lucky because in the working group there are people that contribute well. So thank you also, Fausto, for your words. And relating to the equipment for total reinjection, I don't know, Ricardo, if he's online, because you are the contributor, if you want to spend a few words related to this topic, or if you consider completed, we can go ahead to you.
Oh, yes, I would consider more or less completed. As some revision is, of course, necessary. The main goal is to standardize the possibility to operate with total injection regardless of the type of geothermal resource you find. This is more or less the objective, and the idea is to develop standardized method of design and test the total injection regardless the geothermal results. I hope within the next 10 days to finalize also this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ricardo.
Okay, we just have a small change in the agenda because Sarah Montomoli just contacted me. She has a time constraint, so we'll give her the floor now.
Yeah.
As working group leader, and after we come back to cooling materials. Okay, Sarah?
You. Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Please tell me when you can see my screen.
Yeah, here we are.
Okay, so I'm representing the working group. Sorry, how can I remove this? Pardon. Okay. I'm representing the working group number 6 and number 7. Working group number 6 is the environment working group. Unfortunately, there is not much work done regarding this, regarding the compilation of the draft of the agenda, because the main activities done during this month were done to consolidate the topics. The main topics that have been highlighted for the environment group were the one that you can see here. So the LCA approach, emission impact mitigation, footprint reduction, seismicity control, underground water protection, and the last one, exploration, that is highlighted because there are overlaps with other working group, in particular with the first one. So today will be good to close the list of the main topics, and then we can ask for the contribution for the contents of those topics. We have already some contribution regarding the seismicity control. What I personally can do during the next weeks in order to have a draft is to take, as Fausto also suggested at the beginning, what has already been done for the last strategic research innovation agenda, and then ask for update in the contents if there are any. So this is what I'm proposing, and we also ask to all the participants for contribution for these topics. If you want to go deeper, there is not really much to say, but regarding the first topic, okay, here, okay. The LCA approach is mainly referred to the work done in the project GeoEnvy, where a website for a life cycle assessment was created. This topic was mainly presented with the objective to have a tool that could display the footprint of CO2 for any energy plant that is planned or built, as required also for to some funding that are required to have this LCA for the geothermal projects. The other one is the emission impact reduction. This also has to be completely filled in contents. There is not much to say. The footprint reduction, of course, must be referred to the CO2 equivalent emission, regarding also everything that is related to a geothermal project. So building, wells, plants, noise. The footprints have to be published and then reduced. So one question that was investigated in the working group were what could be possible tools to achieve this goal. But here we are. So we ask for a contribution or specifically for this topic. The seismicity control, there is already a draft. I don't know if there are some overlaps with working group number 1, but of course the main objective is to develop methods to assess the seismic risk for deep geothermal projects. So manage geothermal project with microseismicity, develop tools to avoid incidents, and understand also processes that are responsible for induced seismicity. And also develop a strategy to communicate and exchange with local communities regarding this issue. So I'm not sure that there are some overlaps with other working groups, but if you have some comments, please do it. So the next one is the underground water protection. So there is a state of the art has to be done, and if there are also some studies that already confirmed that there is no danger for the underground wells. So this topic has already is also to be filled completely in the content. So there is no deeper analysis than this. So there is not much evolution in this working group. And this one, exploration, I think that this is an overlap with the working group number 1. So because the main objective of this topic was to get a better interpretation of seismic gravity, other technology, to better understand the subsurface. And also to use this different technology to create one standardized geographical model. So I don't know if this can be removed probably, but it's part of the discussion of today. So before going to the next working group, I would like to have some comments regarding this. I don't know if you have one.
Yeah, to comment, Sarah, on your last topic, yes, that is part of covered in work group 1, exploration.
Okay, so we can remove this, I think, without full text.
I'll just send as a reminder to Ian, Didrik, and David, so that they can incorporate it in the in the work. I mean.
Yeah, because we had some contribution regarding this topic, so maybe we can just merge these the two ones. So okay.
Sarah, what do you think you'll be available, ready to share with us a draft of all the topics?
Fausto, I really don't know, because I was away during last year, and for the environment, this is the state of the art of the working group. So
we are missing indeed the inputs from experts on this topic. So everybody should, with an expertise on this topic, should contribute and send to Sarah some topics, because alone she will not be able to treat all the topics.
Yeah.
What I can do, as I was saying at the beginning, is to put some contribution in the draft, taking them from the previous one, so in order to update that one. So
for instance, for LCA, we can ask even people who were participants in the GeoEnvy to
project. Yes.
Have in mind, for instance, it's Coswig. I think I see
Dario is
there.
Yes.
As well as I mean, the University of Florence, or even people of BRGN, I think. Or yeah. So we can get them involved. And you, yes.
If I may comment on this, it is important also to distinguish what is research and innovation and other activities.
Yeah.
For example, if we talk about LCA for CO2, LCA already foresee a CO2 footprint, no?
Yeah.
Yes, it is already established. If the matter is having the data for computing, estimating that in the different plans, is different from research and innovation in LCA. So I think we have to rule out some confusion also in the topics that have been addressed. So I think that it is urgent to have a meeting on these topics too, no?
Yeah.
Because LCA, as it was also defined in GONB, already estimates CO2.
Can we have a suggestion? Is that we cannot delay the public consultation because this group is a bit late, but we can, as suggested by Sarah, publish the state of the art, no, for the public consultation.
Yeah.
And it's a good idea. Maybe in January we organize a working group meetings to really discuss further into details the different topics. No, because if not, we'll never move on.
Once, I mean, at least the first draft is
ready, we can go to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Can I just add?
Sure. Right.
The successful exploration method will depend on the local geology. For instance, in Cornwall, I did 170 kilometers of normal reflection survey to locate fault, and we couldn't do it because the impedance contrast between the metamorphic rock and granite was very similar. And we found the magnetotelluric was a far better option. So depending on the local condition, we need to perhaps guide which is a better method for specific conditions. And to improve this technology success, we need to reduce the risk, and exploration is the key risk. So we need to decide which method is appropriate for what environment.
Yes, and on that.
Yeah,
I agree. So,
yeah,
good
because people are inclined to use it just randomly and find that they cannot resolve it, and that doesn't do geothermal any good. We need to have some sort of a guidelines. This is sort of a geology. This is a better technique to use.
Yeah, I think you're right, and what we can do a kind of best practice analysis and see which geological condition work better, seismic instead of magnetotelluric, vice versa, and so on. Yeah,
we need that, something like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Dario from Cosvig. We are available to join a meeting to deepen the issues on LCA and to go ahead as far as the GONB results. And yes, maybe if we do a specific meeting, we can report some updates also on the LCA for the well drilling. Maybe we don't have results yet, but I think in next months we will have something to say about this.
Yeah,
thank you,
Dario. I think you can stay in contact with Sarah, which is.
We will update the list of members.
Yes,
yes, of course.
Sarah, do you have more for work package 7 or not?
Yes, just to present, it's the same because we have the list of the topics, but mainly there will be a merge between working group 7 and 6 because to avoid overlaps. So this is something that we need to do specifically topic by topic. So it will all be within this bigger working group. So the main topics are the lithium and other minerals exploitation, materials recycling, chemicals production, other uses of georesources and streams, integration of geothermal projects with the food industry and agri-food sector, and water use management. I have one doubt regarding materials recycling because if you see what we thought to put as contents in this topic is improving the applicability and use of recycled materials in geothermal plants, and also the design to recycling, so materials selection, regarding also the various phases of the geothermal project, the maintenance, operation, and the commissioning. Because I don't know if the working group materials, these topics are addressed specifically in some subtopics, for example. So I'm saying this just to avoid overlap between working groups. So I ask for a feedback.
Yeah, for let's say for what regards the let's say circular design, we're not focusing on that in our chapter at the moment. But regarding scaling, sure, we're looking at it more on a anti-scaling point of view, so chemicals, but we can also include these parts. And we were discussing internally if it made sense to include in materials also the mineral extraction part, but I don't know.
No.
Maybe not. Maybe we can keep it here. So yeah, I think maybe the scaling part we can.
But scaling is the use. Be careful.
Yeah, I would suggest it to be kind of reuse of the scaling in the reinjection steam, so to avoid.
In material, it include also process development, you know, because not just a matter to take the scaling and bring. So.
Okay, we can look at it a bit.
But for time being, I think they can stay here. Yeah, because.
So. Okay, so we will keep it. Okay, and we will see. Okay. So in general, there are in this working group, we decided more deeper in the subtopics to be addressed for each topics. But the same, the content of the draft of the document needs to be completely feed. So it's similar to the situation of the previous working group. So again, we will need to do what we are thinking for the working group 6.
But since you have to leave, Sarah, or
no, until 1 o'clock I can stay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so material recycling I already saw. So the chemicals production from the geothermal resource can be addressed in a sense of a circular way to do a new project. So hydrogen production, methanol, ethanol, whatever. So there can be some integration in terms of solution for the reduction of greenhouse gases. And also this is similar other uses of georesources and streams. So for example, the CO2 purification to enhance direct uses, geothermal in the sludge drying, the use of the steam condensate, for example, in balneology, and the reuse of the brine. Again, that those can be solutions for the reduction of the greenhouse gases. So we need to be careful to avoid overlaps. Also, we thought about the integration of geothermal projects with the food industry and agri-food sector. The CO2 purification is a key factor, so technologies that can be affordable to enhance the direct uses for the food industry, because a typical problem of this topic is the cost to have the CO2 good for good quality for food industry. Also geothermal in the food drying processes, the integration with fish farms and food supplements production. And another topic is the freshwater use management. This is mainly for water saving, for construction and drilling in the operation phase, for example, for the cooling phase. and also the reuse of the steam condensate in power plants. There is a point checking with other working groups regarding the reinjection water management, if there are any overlaps, but I don't think so. I don't know. If you have some comments.
To me, I mean, all the topics could stay in this work packages because are mostly related to the development of processes. I mean, of course, they will have an impact also in the CO2 reduction, but something that's the use of materials or byproducts. Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, it's
and in turn, because I think we are quite ahead in such a discussion, because there's not many sectors discussing this circularity. So I think it's good to keep them to show that we are in advance.
Yes. And
with other
I liked
highlight the circularity.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
So excuse me.
Yes.
Just to recall that in the past, boric acid and many chemical products were produced by geothermal industry in Italy. So also I would add also the possibility to extract materials, boric acid in particular, because it is present in a huge quantity in high enthalpy geothermal field. And also to make some, let me say, some comments about the environmental impacts of possible extraction plants. I mean, not only for lithium, boric acid, everything you extract, it implies very important environmental impacts. And this could be a topic to be taken into account, I think, just to say that circularity is a very, very good thing, but don't forget the impacts of industries, of chemical industry associated with this.
Sorry, I don't know if it's appropriate to mention also the ammonia or the chemical production of, for example, the extraction, if it's possible, the extraction of ammonia from geothermal fluids for example, to produce fertilizers. Also, during this period of crisis, there is a lack of fertilizers, so maybe it would be good to produce them in other ways, or to explore other ways to produce fertilizers.
Yeah, that's interesting, I think, yes.
And you can link that with the agri-food topic.
Could we go to the agri-food slide?
And Sarius, also in the chat, you receive also a contribution from Norbert Pral.
Water preservation on top of. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a better word.
Do we have other comments, notably on agri-food?
Yeah, could we just go back to that?
About the agri-food, sorry, Dario from Cosvig again. About the agri-food, I don't know if I don't see the opportunity to use the CO2 as fertilizer to make high fertilizer.
It's like a carbonic fertilization.
Yes, is that because, for example, yes, sorry.
No, I don't know. Maybe it was included in this, but we can specify it better. It's a different thing.
Okay, there are some technical issues related to this, to the use of CO2 in this way.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you, Dario.
Any other comments on the work package 7?
Maybe just on the agri-food, I think,
Yeah.
maybe not being too restrictive here and kind of addressing every stage of the value chain rather than sort of just looking at it. I think we should sort of address the full range.
What do you have in mind?
Just rather than we've specified sort of geothermal in the food drying processes, making sure that we address every stage of the value chain rather than just specifying one or two. I think it has a part to play in each.
Why don't you make a direct suggestion to Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, few rows. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, Sarah, once again, will be available. I mean, ready, able to provide the draft by next week.
The same situation for like the working group 6. So
yeah. So we can help you. The best is we'll liaise. I will liaise with you in the next days, how we can together make it.
Yeah.
The previous research agenda topics.
Yeah.
Because it will be good to have anyway a full consolidated version for a public consultation as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And during the public consultation, we can consolidate the chapter on environment and circularity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And we see just today we stimulate a lot of new input. You can see in the chat. So if you have time to look at the chat, you can already copy paste some inputs. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, we should be in the order after power going to heating and cooling, but both Thomas Jarfeld and Luca Guglielmiti are not available. I have a presentation from them. I know somebody wants to present it. Who feels comfortable in presenting it? On the table? No? I will do it. Okay, so from there, from this group, it's as we can say for power, there's a lot of inputs received. The version available is already well done and consolidated. It's coming. It takes some time changing the display. Okay, I swap because if the people online, they don't see the full version. So you have 8 topics, but already with Jan Diedrich, when we look at the consideration, we will see there's some overlaps with other topics. You can see, for example, the topic 4, closed loop. We have already discussed that 2 times, I think, in previous working groups. But anyway, what is good is to have this topic somewhere, and after it's easier to merge them. So the first topic is smart integration and monitoring of deep geothermal resources into different generation of district heating systems, so 4th and 5th generation mainly.
So just one observation, monitoring. What does it mean, monitoring? The same in the previous, I mean, the working group 1. So let's put attention on the wording, you know.
Sure.
Because it's not self-explaining. What does it mean, monitoring? Okay.
Direct supply to the industry sector at different temperature level. Heating and cooling supply to the agri-food sector. We see already from the Sarah's discussion just before, we have to see which part we use here and which part we use in circular economy, sorry. Closed loop heating and cooling technologies. I don't have a lot of comments because we presented twice already. Of course, here it's only for heating and cooling technology, so it's at lower temperature level. But anyway, the concept is quite similar. Number 5 is spatial multi-criteria play-based favorability assessment.
Yeah, I think that normally would fit better in exploration. However, I understand the link with the spatial, the need for spatial information when developing for heat networks, but it's general. I mean,
But
it's not-
it's general, you know, as we discussed it for casing materials,
Yeah.
Okay, this way is assessment. Okay,
Yeah, I think
as well as, for instance, PW3 heating cooling supply for the agriculture sector. I think I don't know if there are any specific configuration of the system, but it's I don't know if because otherwise that should stay in the working group 7. Yeah,
I think, yeah. Yeah, it's well, we cannot hear Luca or Thomas,
I
so
know.
it's a bit difficult to
anyway.
decide
This
of
I mean.
But it's if we try also here to have a demand side approach now, not to look at only how to supply, but what is the request from the demand side?
Yeah.
Maybe the temperature of a base load profile.
Okay.
I don't know the detail of the chapter, but you have a lot of text already, so maybe that would help us to better understand. Like the number 6, networking with metropolitan cities. It means more deployment of systems in cities, no? A topic on high temperature underground thermal energy storage, and for information you will see this afternoon. I really recommend you, the people online, to stay this afternoon. There are more or less 20 funding opportunities available, and we could say nearly a quarter touch the topic of thermal energy storage, and one especially on high temperature underground thermal energy again.
Okay.
And the last topic proposed, heat extraction from deep sedimentary rock formation. Also, I don't see why it's in heating, but okay. Text are there.
Yeah.
Inputs have been provided. Maybe what we have to is to look at where we should move them. Okay. Do we have any comments on this?
Yeah, regarding the comment of Fausto on the monitoring here, I think it's intended as lifetime management or just management.
Yeah. So management.
Yeah.
Smart integration management. Yeah.
I think that's intended.
Yeah. Management includes also monitoring. Monitoring.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are a bit late, but
we just have 2 working groups to present, Luca and Francois, and after Adele. So I think we move on, no?
Yeah.
It's
I think
just
we're gonna be quite quick.
So you share your screen, no? Yes. We have a comment first.
No, it's just a semantic thing. Metropolitan cities. It's just call it cities, okay?
Yeah.
This.
We have also rural cities.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed. We will tell them to between not only in this one, but indeed the titles have to be fine-tuned. Luca and Francois, the floor is yours.
Yes. Francois, would you like to go over it, or I can go over it and then you comment? What do you prefer?
As you wish. Maybe you know the topics better than I, but you can present if you want, Luca.
Okay, so let's say I will go over the topics and then I will leave it to you for some more comments.
Yes.
So these are the topics which were identified, and we apologize for not being as well prepared as the other presenters, as we have just come into this this group as a let's say work group leaders. So the first one is relevant to scale and corrosion. So the 2 ideas are relevant to the development of environmentally benign and safe and effective ways to prevent, control, and remove scaling, and to prevent and control corrosion. So this can be relevant to chemicals, but it can be relevant also to other measures that may be a bit overlapping other chapters as well. Then we have the second topic, which is the alternative materials, and this is more relevant to the materials that are, let's say, used for components of the geothermal power plant, the geothermal, let's say, upstream part, and we were focusing basically on corrosion and anti-scaling, but it can be made a bit broader for including even other alternative materials. Then we have in this one, I think we can also include the heat storage materials, thermal storage materials as well. So about the equipment, we have a focus on pumps. So let's say development of pumps that, thanks to new materials, can work in aggressive field conditions. And I think again this one crosses a bit with other equipment topics that are diffused around the other chapters. And then there are the three topics that we have mentioned while talking about the working group B, that are, let's say, very well overlapping. So I think that we have already discussed quite deeply about this, so we don't need to go over them, but we will find a way to make them well represented in the right place, working together with the other group. And I wanted to mention just that we may add another topic which may be included in the alternative materials, or it may be a separate topic, that is coatings, which has been the subject of some of the existing European projects as well. So I think it is one of the main things that is under study at the moment. And talking to some of the players of the industry, one of the suggestions was also relevant to like casing sizes, which is maybe not really about materials. It may be more integrated in the let's say upstream chapter. But yes, I think it's something that we should discuss, how to make wells more effective, developing different sizes of casing compared to the actual standard today. And I think it's interesting for the companies that are working on that field, for what I understood. On the chemical side, I talked to a couple of stakeholders as well. And I think that we are covering with scaling and corrosion topic, and with the eco-friendly chemicals, we are covering most of the interest. So now I leave it to Francois to comment more about this.
Yes, thank you, Luca, for a presentation of the main topics. In line with what you mentioned, that we need to add a section or covering the coating or integrated section in the anti-corrosion topics. Maybe coating and liners, because depending on the temperature and on the application, both technology could be used. Maybe also to connect with what was said earlier on the drilling equipment section, maybe having investigation of material behavior at elevated temperature would be needed as well. And maybe final comment regarding scaling and corrosion. In some situations, scaling and corrosion somehow work together. There is a link between both. So this is a topic that we should connect, probably. Yeah, that were my other comments. And as mentioned by Luca, we have joined the group quite recently, so we are not at the same preparation level than the other working group, but we will catch up on this.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you both, François and Luca. As mentioned by Luca, indeed, there's some ongoing research activities, research projects funded by European Commission, and it will be interesting to have feedback from this project. We already had in March some presentation from them. GeoCode, GeoX, I think, and there are two more. Yeah, couple more. Yeah, Perform also, yeah. So it will be interesting maybe to liaise also with them to get their inputs.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the audience? No? If not, I give the floor to Adele for the last presentation.
Use your computer to scroll the
Sure. No, but I scroll the table of contents.
There is a comment on eco-friendly. In order to make sure implemented materials are eco-friendly, a strict measuring methodology is needed that should be added. This is a contribution from Norbert. Great.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, indeed, it's a good tool, the chat, to provide the written comments.
Feedback to the working group. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Adele, I interrupt you.
I take also the occasion for two comments, general comments. I do shorten the time, so I waited for me talking. In general, as also Fausto was saying about conventional, unconventional, what they are, but the same may apply. So we have to take a look at, especially in titles, terms that are clear to everybody and not just to us. I am thinking about geosteering, closed loop, open loop. Maybe these are not so obvious for others. So we know what they are, but it's better to be clear, especially in the titles. Also, a warning for acronyms. There shouldn't be double acronyms meaning different things. And I dropped on BOP, that is blowout preventer, but also balance of plant. So we will need to check this. And well, I try to coordinate the part related to market uptake. This is a new but also an old section of the document, because essentially we changed the order of things, and we decided to take this transversal section with in the shape of market uptake. So all the topics that contribute to market uptakes. But some of the text and the concept, in any case, are referred to what we already did in the previous version of this strategic research agenda. So we define during the meetings, we combine things with a number of topics. The first one is social well-being. It was social wellness in the previous version, but somebody told me to be aware of the term. So social well-being is the correct way to address this topic. This part was really slightly changed with respect to the previous version to make it a little more sharp and in defining, especially in the objective and current status, trying to explain what are the objectives of this part. So these refer to ensure the social engagement and trust in geothermal technologies. And so we also define the potential for technological development and these list of topics. So effective tools for engagement, foster energy communities, which has been addressed by many as an important topic. Establish social indicators, perform also the reference to other renewable energies, because some of these topics are not only related to geothermal, but are referred to all the energy fields. So Also a reference to alternative fields is important in this part. Well-being analysis of the result of an increase of deep geothermal energy in the energy mix. So we try to sharpen the message and to clarify what can be achieved. Targets and KPIs are still to be described in more details, but I'm working on this. The second topic is financing and risk mitigation. I really thank Jack for writing this part, also because part of the what was referred in the previous version has been addressed in GeoRisk. So it was important to update this topic, building up on the results of on GeoRisk. So here you described in more detail the actual the current status in real time, so after GeoRisk, and the potential for technological development. I also for these, geothermal for technological development means specific resource assessment standard. Also, this is in reference to exploration. So we will there is a clear reference to the other chapter. I think it's very interesting the concept of creating a simulation model for establishing sustainable risk mitigation scheme. So all of these is very detailed by Ejek, and everybody is welcome to provide hints for enriching if needed this topic. Again, also here, target and KPI and budget to be defined. The third topic, again coordinated by Jack, is policy and regulatory. Jack is working a lot on these aspects, but still there are still many things to be done. And who better than Jack to define the current status for this part and the potential for development. So apart a few typos that will be immediately defined, but the potential for development is on developing a welfare analysis of an increase of deep geothermal energy. This may be refer to topic 1, so we will need to clarify and to see where to put this part, or to clarify what part is covered in this topic. Screening and mapping, exchanging and replicating best practices on policies relevant for research in geothermal energy. Probably deep should be dropped at this point, or maybe some part should be also in reference to shallow geothermal. The establishment of a system approach to policies for deep geothermal. Again, there are many references to deep geothermal, so we will have to review this and be sure that we cover the whole sector. Topic 4 is on qualification and training. We dropped the term education. It was education or before, but talking with Philippe, we thought about clarifying that education is more for academic activity. We are now working on specifically for qualification of professionals. That is really required in the sector, and can be done, of course, in relation to academic activity, but it's not only restricted to that part, and is clearly needs a strong connection to industry and on this. So the training of a skilled workforce also it is again some reference on deep geothermal, so we will have to review these on this regard. Establish a quality mark for geothermal energy skills. That is has been one of the topics for example, GeoTrainet part for the shallow geothermal, but probably will it's a need also for the deep geothermal sector, and we can see an important part of this topic is also in relation to sharing of knowledge and investments from other sectors. We were thinking about oil and gas in particular, and how to how the sharing of knowledge can contribute also to the qualification, training, and also upskill of sectors that are interested in also investing or coming and be active in the geothermal sector. So all these arguments are part of this topic. So develop a job desk analysis, set up an employment action, define a certification scheme, create networks for the thermal energy implementation and training. I tried to draft a few KPIs here. They were more clear, but still to be ruled out. And the last topic is communication and public awareness. And on communication, there is a lot of work to be done also for us to really be trained ourselves on communicating. One exercise I will do is also to review the whole document, because I see that there are many references to public acceptance, but it is not always a good idea to refer to have as objective public acceptance per se. No, we want to contribute to societal sustainable use of geothermal energy, blah, blah, blah.
Maybe public engagement for that.
Public engagement is much better. Public acceptance shouldn't be referred as an objective from the sector, but is a product that, of course, everybody wants, but is not an objective per se. So we will need to, just to give you an example of communication that we have to learn of ourselves. So public awareness, transparency of data, sharing of information. So we need to develop effective communication with the general public and increase transparency of information and amount of shared geothermal data. Maybe we can also put here part, but I have to check with the chapter 1 on exploration, for example, on database and information on underground data. So probably there will be a link also on that part in this topic.
Can I add something? This is Roy.
Sure. Yes.
I found over the last 40 years, the best way is to talk to them directly. There was like when we started in Cornwall, there was a concern over seismicity. And I organized a meeting. There were about 50 people, and I presented it, and I actually played some of the small noises, and I explained that the frequencies are higher, this is not going to damage, and that really calmed everybody down. To have a direct contact, and so somebody they can talk to, link to, is far more effective than writing papers. It seems that they can link to you, and they have a far more confidence. Sorry, this is a small input I wanted to make. Thank you.
I totally agree with you. On my experience, I have also the opposite experience. So people who are not really good in communicating can do a lot of damage if they are addressed by people who are fearful or aggressive. And so in that case, sometimes communication is not that easy. And even even with the best intention, the effect of the communication is the opposite of what one wants to do. So in this, I say that we need to also be trained in communicating, in highlighting the right things without increasing the fear, because sometimes it happens even with the best intention. So I think that it is becoming more urgent, the need of communicating in a sort of professional way. For sure, there are people who are personally very good in communication, but not all of us can be skilled in that. So
I think you're right. I think people need to be trained.
Yes.
To how to communicate. Yeah, I agree with you. Otherwise, you can relay the wrong message.
Yeah, yeah.
What I can say is that these topics are really dynamic. Financing, policy, regulation, there's a lot of new initiatives. So in qualification and training, the European Union, they will launch a big skills partnership for renewables. And with a big summit in 2023, there will be a lot of initiative, including for geothermal. So maybe we should link also with this large initiative on financing also. There's a lot of new, for example, there's been some auctions. I know we are looking at other criteria than just LCOE. It's a topic we are lobbying for it beyond LCOE approach, non-price criteria, and this is an ongoing topic. So there's a lot of to say. And just to conclude on communication, as EJEC, we launch a new initiative in 2023, a task force on communication, because next year we celebrate the 25 years of EJEC, and we want to have a big party, a big communication on geothermal. So all people interested by this topic, you will be welcome to join this task force on communication next year.
The other way we used to do, certainly this is quite a few years ago in the 70s and 80s, when we had the project in Cornwall, we made sure the children were given jobs in the summer on the project. And this eventually the project became a part of the community. And it was an excellent way of getting it across to people. And later on, when the British government wanted to close the project, the objection came from the community, not from us. So the project has to become a part of the community and not just a separate from the community. Sorry. That's it.
Philip, I think it's we are quite behind the schedule because we are 5 p.m. and we have another session starting in less than half hour. I don't know if they are the same people attending. So
we can propose a 35 break until 22:02.
Yeah.
To start with, there's two parts in that, but I really encourage all of you to attend, because we will present more than 20 different funding opportunities with codes open. For sure, the presentation will be available afterwards. And after, it's important also we have some discussion. So maybe we can switch the agenda, start with the lessons learned from the recent codes, which is a general presentation, before going to the funding opportunities, and we conclude with some feedback on CETP.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I think so. At what time we
20:02?
Yeah.
20:02.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes. Right?
We got 10 minutes behind schedule.
Yes.
10 minutes behind schedule.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So I keep open the Zoom link and we meet in 35 minutes. See you there.
Hello, host. How are you? Can you hear me, host?
Yes, Roy, what is your question?
No, I was just discussing with the horse router's this. I just thought I'll have a chat with him.
Okay, perfect. See you there.
Okay.
Mr. Horst, is brick. Look at chat.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Horst. Is brick. Look at chat. Hello, glad to see you. Sorry, I'm not speaking.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being online. So we start the afternoon session. I will share my screen so to show you the agenda. So in the afternoon, we just move topic 2 to digest our lunch before you need really to be concentrated for the presentation of the funding opportunities, because it's really important. We have a lot of project proposals, and we will finish that with a feedback on the first call from CTP. We plan a coffee break in the afternoon. We have some flexibility. Maybe it will be shorter, but it's better to have this buffer. And after we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 project presentation. So I hope people have already joined, or if not, we will check to be sure they are online when they have to present. So now I start with lessons learned from the recent Horizon Europe calls. It's just to give you some statistics. I have to record again or not? I don't think we stopped the recording, but let's check.
Okay.
No, we did not stop, but we will cut it. No, anyway, we close the.
Yeah, of course. Microphone. Hopefully.
There will be some editing.
Yeah, the wrong way. So,
okay, can you see the screen? Can you confirm it's coming?
We're seeing the screen, not presentation mode. There's something happening.
Thank you for the feedback. Indeed, the computer is with the coffee probably also is slow. And now it should have in full screen mode. You have?
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. So lessons learned from the recent Horizon Europe calls. First, just to put you Horizon Europe. So indeed, distinguish the funding and research Horizon Europe or CTP partnerships and first of a kind innovation fund and the infrastructure for us, mainly district heating with other tools. Okay. As a level assessment, during Horizon 2020, the period 2014-2020, you could see that we had received in total for the topics on energy around 350 million euros. With EU contribution representing about 70% of this amount. But have in mind, it's important to look at not only LC, it means low carbon energy, not only looking at that, but we have other instruments, because the SCM instrument brought 2.5 million euros to a general project also, and over 2020 project and LC will brought 124 million, so also significant contribution from non-energy related topics. Geothermica, which is not directly linked to Horizon topics, but is anyway a European co-funding support for pan-European projects. There were 2 calls, and the first call brought about 50 million of contribution, 50-50 nearly public and private. Other interesting instruments like Interreg bought about 30 million euros. So in this period, we speak about an amount of $500 million funding of research innovation with co-funding projects, and we don't speak about pure private research. And on that amount, it's about 75% public contribution and 25% private co-funding. So annually, we speak about more than 50 million euros per year. And in total, for the last 7 years, 180 projects, so about 25 projects per year. So we can say real stimulation of research in geothermal in the last period, and we hope the next decade will continue. Country per country, I will not go to the details. It's better you digest the slides and you see it calmly. So there's a distinction shallow and deep, because a lot of times also in funding there's a distinction between shallow and deep, but you see this breakdown. No, just recent feedback on the code 2021 and 2022. We don't have all the information, but what is clear is having 1 or 2 codes per year on geothermal is not enough. Is not enough because there's a lot of interest in research innovation in geothermal, and you could see a topic solution for more sustainable geothermal energy. Only 2 projects were awarded, 10 million euros, but 17 submissions. And request was 55 million euros. So five times higher than the budget request. So there's an interest from the sector to develop technologies. Another example, the topic demonstrate the use of high temperature geothermal reservoirs was also called 2022. And here there were 5 submitted, 4 evaluated, 3 above the threshold, a request of more than about 60 million euros, and 1 project awarded, Push It, which announced its award with about 20 million euros. It's important to see that, because also when we design research agenda in the future, it's good to see what topics are stimulating project proposals. And the last slide on the Horizon Europe is the recent call from September, deadline September. There were 115 project proposals competing for nearly 100 million. But what I was really surprised looking at the submission is that a topic which was neutral on heating and cooling, innovative renewable energy for heating from renewables, typically could have been for us. The budget was 10 million. There were only 1 award, but there were 6 proposals requesting 200 million. So it means that when they design the budget for such a topic, it's completely out of scope. Huh? A contrario, I was really surprised to see a topic, renewable energy carrier from variable renewable electricity, PV and wind. Here the budget was 20 million. 2 were awarded. There were only 3 submitters and asking 13 million. So nearly half of the budget available. So there's discrepancies between it. And me, probably, I don't know if it's the right idea, but probably there's too many codes on certain technologies that after there's not enough stimulation in the sector to answer all the codes. But I think it's important that we provide this feedback. It's part of the work of Geothermal Fora. Typically, Geothermal Fora is here to do this kind of analysis for you. And we see renewable energy incorporation in agriculture and forestry. We discussed several times this morning in the working groups. And yes, same thing, the budget 15 million, but the request was 200 million. So it means, and only 2 awarded, but there was 36 proposals. So we know it's a crucial topic, food security in Europe. Also, we have to come back to the Commission saying that probably in the design of the work program in the future, take into account also this kind of analysis, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it was just a small presentation to help you to digest your lunch, but some food for thought. No, in the future, we need to use as an argument. Because we forgot, Madeleine, to mention that the European Commission has launched a public consultation on Horizon Europe with a deadline in February. And we will use this kind of information to provide you. Okay, but we will share, we'll do an ETIP DG newsletter to announce the minutes of today, the decisions, and we will present it. Okay? Right. And the CTP we'll discuss later. Now, I will start to present Horizon Europe, and after Madeleine will present other funding opportunities. I have to put the right one. It's this one. So as mentioned this morning, about 20 funding opportunities and 14 are coming from the work program just published 2 weeks ago. on Horizon Europe Work Program 23-24. Okay. So I see some people will be interested already by the first topic. The first topic is a topic that us in the geothermal sector we highlight. Is not our main priority, but we highlight is minerals. Huh? And so there's a call on batteries with a reference to geothermal fluids in the first time. And what is good, it was not in the first draft of this project, this call, but after several lobbying actions we have done asking a topic on geothermal lithium, finally we have a topic. So here the call should be published today. Deadline. What happened?
We see it anyway.
Yeah, no, it's the deadline 18th of April, 21 million budget, and 3 projects will be awarded, about 7 million euros per project. I will not go to the detail of all these codes. It's quite a long topic description. I think today the main objective is to present you the topics. In the presentation, you have a link to the call, and you could after see the call should open today. Okay. So, and here you see a clear reference to geothermal for the first time in a lithium project. So interesting. Second interesting topic opened last week, and also no, we will open on end of next year. So it's a 2024. My mistake. It's emerging energy.
You're opening 7 December.
23. Yes, it's also my mistake. But I will list all the 23-24. Okay, emerging energy technology for climate neutral Europe, and here it's about long-term energy storage. It's a low TRL because we have to reach TRL 4. Be careful because they ask not to be redundant with other open codes because, as mentioned, there are several codes open on storage. It's 10 million euro project. There will be 5 projects awarded, and it's 1.5 to 2.5 million euro project. This is quite interesting. Why? Because probably when they started to do that, this renewable energy valleys, probably they have in mind a lot of hydrogen because it's a typical hydrogen valleys topic, but it's probably has changed with a security of supply issue from the Ukraine crisis. And they do different things. First, it's a huge budget. It's 40 million. It's open until end of March. There will be 2 projects awarded. TRL 7 to 8, it's quite high. Expected outcome, contribute to the implementation of REPowerEU plan. I mentioned this morning. In the objective is not only to triple geothermal. Have in mind to have 10 million heat pumps, not only small scale, but also large scale. And you don't do 20 million projects with small scale air source heat pump, by the way. And what you see, it's really neutral in technology because you see the scope at the end is a bit small, but you can see it's the storage of renewable energy from different local renewable energy sources, providing multiple renewable energy carriers, electricity, heat, renewable fuels, biomethane, biogas, hydrogen, fully covering the local energy needs on an annual basis. So it's a real case study where geothermal, we don't tick all the boxes, but quite some boxes. What we mentioned, or not only sustainability and circularity this morning, really interesting topic. It's not specific on geothermal, it's technology neutral, but anyway, it's a window of opportunity for our sector. Another call open today, deadline end of March, is demonstration of innovative large-scale seasonal heat and or cooling storage technology for decarbonization and secure supply. I mentioned, and I repeat, there's a lot about thermal storage. Here, notably large-scale solution for district heating and cooling storage or for heat for industrial processes. It's also technology neutral, but it's also valid for geothermal. ITRL, and we have to achieve 7 to 8 at the end. 30 million project. 3 projects, about 10 million euros per project. So it's a bit less than the call on high temperature UTS, which was just awarded last summer. But anyway, it can be a complementary contribution for the project.
So 30 million is a total budget.
Yes, for this call.
For this call at three maximum, no, not less than 3 projects or just 1 project?
The 3 project maximum.
Maximum.
But yeah, if there's no more than 3 project proposals, they do that.
Okay.
But your project should be around 10 million. So of course it can be a bit more, but the risk is we have a competition on it. And now we come to some technology-specific project proposals. And one we referred to it this morning is on exploration, advanced exploration technologies for geothermal resources in a wide range of geological settings. It will open after spring in May, and for a summer job period, the deadline will be 5th of September. 8 million euro budget, 4 million per project, 2 projects awarded, achieve a TRL 5. I don't go to the details, but probably it's here we have to see in the scope and the expected outcome how after that we can have a follow-up in our research agenda to reach higher TRL 7, 8, or I don't know. Okay, Jan-Eric? Yeah, so you take notes, but it will be interesting to see, because also with 4 million, it's not that you will achieve all what we need in exploration. A second technology-specific call is smart use of geothermal electricity and heating and cooling in the energy system. It's also opening in May. It's also a deadline in September. So the 2 technologies on geothermal will have the same time period. And it's achieved TRL 7, so it's a bit higher. 15 million euro budget, 5 million euro per project, 3 projects maximum. You see it's really large, the scope. They speak about ORC, heat exchangers, geothermal storage, UTES, binary, EGS. You have more or less an open topic to develop. It's a innovation action, so demonstration is important. You could see that for the people not familiar with the ETIP, when you see the wording is the wording of the ETIP. Demonstrate technical and capability of responding to commands from a grid. It's coming from the research agenda, if you look at that. So it's not coming from
the moon.
From the moon. It's why we see the added value of the ETIP and the research agenda we are doing, because after it's really transforming on codes in reality. To continue, it's not a technology specific, also it's a technology neutral topic. It will also open in May, but here the deadline is in October. You have 1 more month. And the ones increasing the efficiency of innovative static energy conversion devices for electricity and heat cold generation. I don't go to the detail. I just see that application in various of such as industrial, automotive, solar, geothermal, data centers, building application. Okay, so geothermal is mentioned as one of the eligible technology. 5 to 6 TRL, 9 million budget, 3 million per project, 3 projects awarded. So these are typically the good surprise we see in this work program, where we see reference to geothermal in topics where we were not expected or we are not referred in the past now, but it's opening a door of eligibility to do more research. Another topic, but it's for later, because you see opening in September, innovative application integration of geothermal heating and cooling in industry. So we speak also here a technology specific call, opening in September with a deadline in January. So it's not a summer job, it's a Christmas job for next year. 9 million euro budget, 3 million per project, 3 projects, TRL 5. And here we speak about high integration of geothermal heating and cooling in different industry sectors. Okay, so it's also a topic we have in working group 4 on heating and cooling. There was a specific topic on industry, supply to industry at different temperature level. But it's a small budget to I don't know what you could do, but you will see. a different kind of topics, but it's more related to Adele's presentation, the working with market uptake. So you have market uptake measures of renewable energy systems. It will not for this year, it's for next year, May 24, 4 million. It's a small budget, only 4 projects awarded. But just to tell you, the last call on this topic awarded a geothermal district heating project called SAFEA. And in the past, GeoRisk and GeoEnvy were supported by such a call. So in geothermal, we have been successful in this call on non-technical barriers. Now we go a bit more to shallow geothermal because it's a topic also we want to cover now. So it's also a topic open today, deadline in April. Thermal management and energy optimization of high energy demand IT systems equipment in tertiary buildings. So here we don't have a reference to geothermal, but we know that the data centers and IT centers are a big topic for geothermal, especially with free cooling. So it's why I mentioned it. And surprisingly, it's a low TRL. TRL 4 to 5, although we have some technologies mature, but okay, they want to challenge probably new materials, new technologies. 6 million, 3 million per project, only 2 projects awarded. Okay. In buildings, a call open today. Opportunities open today are quite, I don't know, in the 14 I mentioned, we speak about 5 to 6 opening today. Deadline in April. Innovative solutions for cost-effective decarbonization of buildings through energy efficiency and electrification. To translate you today in European jargon, electrification means heat pump. Okay. High efficiency means geothermal heat pumps. Here, important budget, 25 million. So you speak about demonstration with a project of 12 million. Okay, 2 projects awarded, and you have to achieve TRL 6 to 8. So it's quite large also, the TRL. And here, increase application of energy efficiency first principle in construction and renovation of buildings, building thermal energy demand. It's more a shallow geothermal project, but with a 12 million euro project, you can have a smart thermal grid with a shallow geothermal systems. Huh? Because they want also power grid stability, so it means sector coupling also will be required for such a topic. If we continue now on opportunities, integration of renewable heat or industrial waste heat in heat to coal conversion system to generate coal for industrial processes. So they speak about combined generation of heat and coal for industrial processes, integration of heat storage, integration of district heating network, etc., etc. Also, topic open today, 20 million budget, 10 million per project, so it's demonstration to achieve TRL 7, and there will be 2 projects awarded. But yeah, I forgot, the first topic is integration of renewable thermal energy sources or industrial waste heat into more energy session. We are coming to an end. There's 2 more topics. I'm sure it's a lot of information, but the presentation will be available really soon because it's important you have that as a call are opening today. The 24, so it's for next year. Alternative heating system for efficient, flexible, and electrified heat generation in industry. So here, 16 million budget, 5.3 strength, 5.3 million per project. So we speak about 3 to 4 project awarded. Here also it's technology neutral, but we see a large potential for geothermal. Interesting to see reference to LCA. But okay, it's to supply heating to industry. And the last topic is out of, you could see this, all these topics are CL means the climate energy topics. This one is not a climate energy, is if I just in the same chapter, is electrification of high temperature heating systems. So it's mainly for electricity. But or direct electricity supply to industrial processes. We speak about high temperature systems, but what I thought it was interesting because they look at high temperature heating systems with renewable and to substitute to fossil fuel for heating. So when you look at that, there's not a lot of competition between technologies.
No.
There's not many technologies able to do it. It's mainly bioenergy and geothermal, especially in a baseload production. Here it will 35 million budget, 12 million per project, 3 projects. Also the call opened last week. So I was promising you a lot of funding opportunities. You could see how it's concrete. 14 topics, and the issue is that many are open already with a deadline March to April. So I don't know how we will, because it's good from our side. We ask more funding. When funding is available, we will be able to answer to all these challenges. Is a common challenge from all of you. We can open the floor for some Q&A if you have any questions. Reaction?
A comment, probably we will need to look also to other sources of funding for the market uptake and social engagement and communication. Probably there is also something else, but I hadn't time to check.
It's a really good comment. I should have started with that. It's not a 100% list of funding opportunities. There are much more. For example, David mentioned this one. Heat pumps, there's a specific call on heat pump equipment. I don't refer it because it's not directly linked with people, stakeholders of ETIP, but there are more indeed, also in socio-economic aspects and other topics. So you, of course, all have to look at the work program. It's 500 pages. What I've tried is to have a first digestion of the most interesting topics, but it's not all that you can find. Indeed, there's much more. And we should look at beyond just energy. Indeed, in agriculture, there could be also some topics and so on. Do we have reaction for people online or comments? No? As we mentioned, the presentation will be available where we can say.
When we put this on the website, please.
But we don't put on the website because it's not. We will send you. Probably we can aim at by Friday to have an email newsletter.
Yeah.
With these presentations.
Yeah, by Friday, yeah. It's
yes.
Before Christmas, yeah.
Yes, indeed, because codes are open. Yeah. And it will be good to disseminate to. Yeah.
Exactly. So by Friday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
It's for the whole meeting, yes.
Yes. Okay. No more comments. So we are moving fastly on the agenda. And Madeleine, the floor is yours. So to present.
Do you want to put it up on your screen and then I've got it
okay.
to read off of. Yes.
So here it was only opportunities from Southern Europe. Now we will show you opportunities in other funding program. So I was promising 20, so you have seen 14, you will see minimum 6 now.
Maybe, do you want to mute your mic and I'll put mine on?
No, it should be mine.
It should be okay?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Just to say on the, oh yeah. Great. So hopefully you can all hear me. So Philippe just presented on the opportunities in the next Horizon work package, and I'll be presenting on further funding opportunities for geothermal projects. So if we go to the first slide. So I'll present, this should have been updated, but Philippe's just given you an update on the Horizon Europe. So I'll present on the European Innovation Council, EIC, LIFE, and the European Innovation Fund. So firstly, the European Innovation Council. So there's an opportunity open called the EIC Pathfinder. So the Pathfinder is a 343 million program and is available for multidisciplinary research teams to undertake visionary research with potential to lead to technology breakthroughs. It welcomes high risk, high gain, and interdisciplinary cutting-edge science collaborations that underpin technological breakthroughs. This program offers grants of up to 3 to 4 million euros support for early stage development of future technologies. For example, various activities at low technology readiness levels 1 to 3, up to proof of concept. Pathfinder projects can also receive additional funding for testing and the innovation potential of their research outputs. And the program consists of a combination of both open and challenge-driven funding. So for the open funds, this provides funding for projects in any field of science or technology based on high risk, high gain science towards technology breakthrough and interdisciplinary research. The indicative budget for this call is 179.5 million. And this call will close on the 7th of March 2023. For the strategic EIC Pathfinder challenges, this funding is available for specific challenges steered towards the EIC program manager, steered by, and these challenges include the clean and efficient cooling, so relevant to geothermal. The total indicative budget for this call is 163.5 million, and it's expected to be allocated approximately equal across these challenges. The call will be open on the 20th of June 2023, and it will close on the 18th of October 2023. And more information can be found on their website, including the EIC work programme for 2023. So you see here two other challenges on the screen. So there's the energy storage and the new European house and architecture, engineering and construction digitalisation for decarbonisation. So grants here of 2.5 million and below, equity investments for 0.5 to 15 million euros, and applications at any time with the cut-off dates as shown here on the screen. So for January, March, June, and October. So for the live calls in 2022, all of the proposals were published on the funding and tender opportunities portal on the 17th of May. And for the live action grants, the deadline was the 16th of November, and this was specifically under the Clean Energy Transition sub-programme. So as you can see on the screen on the top right here, this addresses building policy and regulatory framework, rolling out technology services and business models, attracting private finance, mobilising local and regional investments, and engaging and empowering consumers. So on the next two slides, there's a list here of all the live calls from 2022 that are up on the portal, and the highlighted ones here are most relevant to our members in geothermal. So the first one here, you've got technical support to clean energy transition plans and strategies in municipalities and regions, developing support mechanisms for energy communities. And then on the next slide,
the live program is about health, right? It's live program is it all former health, or
so there's a number of different programs. One of them is the clean energy transition, which I'll show you on the next slide.
that life needs to be a health.
Environment and climate.
What?
Yeah.
Environment and climate.
Okay,
And 2 years ago, they also include clean energy.
Okay, so the pre-energy it goes in the life now.
Yes. there's a
On
specific-
market uptake only.
Okay, not on technical part.
No.
So then the next slide, there's a few more highlighted on here. So there's adjusting building related interventions in vulnerable districts, accelerating deployment and affordability of heat pumps through collective purchase actions and procurement, and integration of low grade renewable energy or waste to heat in high temperature district heating. And then if we go to the next slide, so those were all uploaded onto the portal 17th of June, and then these are the life action grants from 2022, which the deadline was November. So for these two, the first integration of low grade renewable energy or waste heat in high temperature district heating received 12 proposals, and the second, accelerating deployment and affordability of heat pumps through collective purchase actions and procurement, received 5 proposals. Okay, then moving on to the Innovation Fund, the European Innovation Fund. So the calls between 2021 and 2022, we had the large scale, the call for large scale projects, which had a budget of 7.5 million. The first call, 7 projects were awarded, 311 applied, and 65 eligible at the second stage. And for the second call, this had a deadline of 3rd of March 2022, and the third call is currently under preparation.
It has been published now, that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yes, sorry, that should have been updated. Yes, that's been published. And then the small scale projects, the first call, 32 projects were awarded with 232 applications overall. And the second call was this year in 2022 with a deadline 31st of August. And then you've got a couple of graphics underneath here showing the technological pathways for eligible pre-selected proposals. And on the right here, this demonstrates the Innovation Fund's small scale projects, so the different sort of sectors funded by these projects under this group and the distribution. And so looking more closely at the Innovation Fund, so we had one project for geothermal, which is under grant negotiation, and this was for EBOR Technologies, the project in Germany. And that was for the large scale call, and for the small scale projects, we had one awarded on geothermal for 4.5 million euros, which was CCGO for closed carbon geothermal energy.
In Croatia.
Okay, and then looking at forthcoming opportunities for the Innovation Fund. So the third call for large scale projects, the deadline is the 16th of March 2023. The budget has been doubled to 3 billion euros. And this third call counts for four topics, 3 which are part of the REPowerEU. So we have innovative electrification in industry and hydrogen with a budget of 1 billion euros. Clean tech manufacturing, so supporting manufacturing of components and final equipment such as electrolyzers and fuel cells, innovative renewable equipment, energy storage or heat pumps with a budget of 700 million euros. The third, mid-sized pilot projects for validating, testing and optimizing highly innovative solutions with a budget of 300 million euros. And then finally, general decarbonisation, which is available to all projects eligible for the Innovation Fund, except those falling under dedicated repower topics. And this has a budget of 1 billion euros.
What does it mean mid-sized?
So before the threshold you see was large scale more than 7.5 million, and small scale was lower than 7.5. Now they have put a new threshold which is around 70 million, I think, or 80. We have to check. But about 70 to 80 million.
Mid-sized is
between 7.5 to 70. Yeah. the cost of a project eligible for innovation fund.
Got another slide on innovation. Okay, yes, the second call for the small scale projects. This should be expected in 2023 with same elements than for large scale projects. I think that was everything. Philippe, is there any details that you want to add? Anything to this?
So maybe just to to come back to this open call on innovation fund.
Yeah.
Traditionally, innovation fund was the successor of ENIA 300 was funding demonstration plant. Now, as we see these two projects, so the either closed loop system in Gerestrid in Germany, or the closed carbon geothermal energy project in Croatia, are a demonstration of a technology. Here, they are looking at two kinds of projects. First is demonstration project, of course. Is the bullet point to the first one, innovative electrification, highly innovative solutions, and general decarbonization. These are demonstration. But for the first time, we also look at manufacturing. So specific funding to build factories. On the four streams, electrolyzers and fuel cells is not really our topic, but innovative renewable equipment could potentially be all the topics on materials we have in the working group 5, but some other topics in drilling, no, Laurent, we can imagine drilling equipments also could be eligible. On energy storage, two angles. One could be thermal energy storage, but in UTS, there's not really specific equipment, also we could think about. But what is more logic is all the equipment for lithium extraction. So lithium extraction from the general brines, equipments which are still at the development stage are eligible in this code. And heat pumps, when you see the challenge of the budget, we speak about large scale heat pump. We don't speak about individual heat pumps, 12 kilowatts for individual houses. We speak about large scale, megawatt size for district heating mainly. And here we see interesting topics for geothermal. So it's a new trend, as mentioned this morning, the wording reindustrialize Europe. You will hear that a lot of the Made in Europe concept is developing, and so industry in Europe. Notably, the answer that Europe will provide to the US IRA will also be part of all these funding opportunities. Okay, so you could see a lot of projects, different
project in the in Czech Republic. Is it already granted the innovation fund or in the private?
It has never been awarded.
No?
No, never.
You know anything about this? You remember this project in the Czech Republic?
Yeah.
Czech was no, I don't know that one very well.
Yeah, no, I know the person in charge of the prize.
Have they are they applied? What is the status there?
Status is they are looking for funding, but to apply to the innovation fund, you need already to have
regional fund. Is it different? Regional fund is it different from innovation fund?
Of course, regional fund is a pure grant from regional structural fund. Here, innovation is you need to demonstrate an innovation, and you could see, have in mind the competition.
Yeah. It's big, yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, it's huge. Because hydrogen, everything is in one.
But
spot, yeah?
what in the first call, you see, huge. I don't have the data for the second call. I have to check for me. But at the end, quality was not always there, no.
No.
Okay, because on 300 application, only 65 eligible.
But did the Hungarians also apply once for the innovation fund?
From the inner 300, but they have never developed.
They never get it, the Hungarians.
They have not developed a project, so they haven't get the funding.
So it's very popular.
But at the start, inner fund was mainly for EGS. But it was really risky because innovation fund, if you're not successful, you have to reimburse.
What?
If you're not successful, you have to reimburse part of your grant.
Oh,
so in EGS, it's too risky to develop.
You have to return money back.
Yeah.
Oh wow! But if you don't have the money,
with different milestones. It's part of the system.
Yeah, you cannot take a free ride. No.
No, but it's a lot of money you do it, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, but it's not a pure grant. It's not existing pure grants anymore. Okay. Do you have any comments in top? No? So we move.
Just one comment here, Javier, representing also the geothermal panel. Thank you for taking us into account here. Yeah, my only comment is that we have not only let's say a substantial quantitative growth in the amount of possible funding, but also there are many crossover areas here. You see projects with electricity and heating and cooling here. As you know, mainly in the geothermal panel, we have been dealing with heating and cooling throughout the history of the geothermal panel activity. So we see a lot of synergies and so also very different types of programs also emerging, which opens up really a lot of opportunities for future research. So I think
it's cross-fertilization, isn't it? I think that's the important bit.
Yes. We have also in the RHC being developed a paper, let's say a joint paper with the ETIP net with the electricity representing European technological platform. And I've seen also some of these programs here, also focusing on the, let's say, on the sector coupling between electricity sector and our sector here. So I think this is also an interesting development in which we see several sectors coming together here. So I think it's also an interesting development. And thank you very much for the presentation, Philip. And
Philip, all this will be available somewhere on the website, or?
It will be available on Monday in a newsletter.
Okay.
No, on Friday. We try on Friday. Okay?
Yeah, I think that'll be useful to have this one because I scribbled it, but I'll never remember it.
And as you could see, a lot of calls are just open. So you don't have to lose time, especially with a Christmas break, no?
Well, one of the things that's missing, and which is certainly a big issue in the Middle East, is desalination. There is no link to desalination, whether Europe will have the similar dry weather again and again, and we may have to think about fresh water, which is another issue and one not to think about.
But as I mentioned, Roy, here today, I was just presenting the topics in the chapter energy.
Yes.
You could find maybe desalination in the topics cooperation with Africa, or you could find it in agriculture, you can find in other topics maybe.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But let's investigate this topic.
Yeah, thank you very much for putting this program together. It's excellent.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. And Roy, and desalination, I don't know if Dimitrios is there because the only geothermal desalination project was initiated in Greece, not Dimitrios.
Is he there?
Yes, but that was a long time ago, actually.
Yes.
Actually,
before 2000. But we had a small desalination plant on Kimolos Island. It was thermal desalination.
Yes.
And it was using low temperature water, about 60 degrees.
Yeah.
The major initiative I know of actually is in Saudi Arabia right now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We've been asked to work on the NEOM project exactly for this thing.
Yeah. So the question is if they are really eligible for any European funds. I'm not sure.
I suspect not, but I think Europe ought to have in reserve, if things go wrong, we have a system ready, so to speak.
Yeah.
Don't wait until the crisis.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other comments? I don't know.
Desalination is a huge topic in the south of Spain, in Canary, and I think they are also thinking about this type of projects.
Oh, yeah.
But I think in places like that, solar actually works quite well. The reason why solar doesn't work in Saudi Arabia is the sand, right? So because they're basically surrounded by desert everywhere, and the sand is a major problem for all solar applications, and that's why they prefer to work with geothermal. I don't think that in the Canary Islands that is such a big issue. So I think that we will have a hard time to compete with solar in places like that.
Well, in Saudi Arabia, I presume they will be using oil because they have
No,
a lot of
but yeah, but they want to go for renewable.
Yeah. And also in Greece, there are some wind energy desalination, but they are less efficient than using geothermal. And the challenge is to go to low temperature, because if you have high enthalpy, then it's very easy to use geothermal for desalination.
In Saudi, they burn huge quantities of very dirty oil.
Yeah.
After a heavy brine is dumped back at sea, contaminating the sea, which is not good for the environment. And this is why we're trying to push them to go to more sensible ideas.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of is already done is completely solar driven. So they have huge tanks, hot water tanks for the night. But their main problem is the sand on all the mirrors. You know, they always have to clean the mirrors, and because they have no water for cleaning, you know, it's a difficult task, and also because it's scratching the mirror surfaces, and so the efficiency goes down dramatically, and they're fed up with it.
But there was a solution for sand, I think tried out in North Africa, which when they did was they put plastic membrane about 2.5 meters down, I think under, I forget the country. And within few years, the water was trapped underneath and the sand was held back and the vegetables started growing. So there is a solution long term if they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I would not say the best proposal, Roy, but this topic is quite open. And it uses the term cascade use of thermal energy with geothermal. So maybe you could see that in a cascade use, but it will be eligible only in European Union.
Yeah.
It will not be to
No, I understand.
demonstrate. But let's look at maybe partner with Africa. So there's quite some topics with a partnership with Africa.
Yeah.
So it could be opportunities. Other remarks?
No, thank you.
Maybe, I don't know, David or Jan Diedrich, feedback on the call on exploration. You're happy with
too small budget.
Yeah,
it's really completely underfunded. I mean, if you think about, you know, this call will probably trigger 20 plus proposals, right? And if you think of the last exploration budgets we had budgets in the range of 10 million. So this one doesn't really allow a lot of, let's say, implement testing or something. You know, it will be very theoretical. So it's I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of, let's say, a lot of emphasis will need to be on the smart solutions and stuff like that. You know, rather than actually developing tools or methods or something like that.
One thing we could do is a document which documents our past experience of different geological conditions.
Sure,
so
something like that.
Learning process. I was talking to Anne Robertson-Tate.
But here it says,
yeah.
But it says develop an application of new tools.
Yes, I know. It's not quite the right title. But what I think we need is a document which gives guidelines. If you're this sort of a geology, this is perhaps preferable direction, this one and this one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I can guarantee there will be a lot. This will be heavily oversubscribed, this call. So we have to see, you know, I mean, I don't envy the evaluation committee in what we call like that. It's
well, one of the things that I put to Philip was, it's a shame Rheingraben extends from Strasbourg all the way, or rather more than Strasbourg, from Holland,
from Basel,
all the way to Marseille. And those power plants that we've created near Sulz, those could be created all the way down. And it's a shame that Europe doesn't regard it as a national resource and try and sort of build up that resource.
Maybe my main comment on what you just said is.
Hi, how are you?
is to remind what Fausto was saying this morning. No, I think when we develop a research topic, it's important to put a budget and a KPI. It gives an indication of the size of research needed. It will not oblige the Commission to put that budget, but it's giving the ambition we want to see, no, for a research topic. Yeah, with such a small budget per project, but a small overall budget, not a lot of can be done. Well, this one we just so we speak about you could see 3 technology specific and geothermal, 2 open now and one in May, 2 open in May and 1 later. So exploration, smart use of geothermal heating, and the last one is this one in industry.
I think exploration is very, very important. A number of projects that I've known are gone full of problem because they didn't do exploration properly. And if you can reduce that risk, then really you increase the chances significantly. I believe geothermal is the future.
You're surprising me. It's the first time I hear you say that. What makes you so optimistic?
Well, we did the MIT report another way. Everywhere heat stored in Earth outstrips anything you can imagine. It's just our innovative idea to get it out.
Wait, I'm just teasing you.
I'm getting too old. I was 80 this year, so you can see the patience is running low.
Okay. If we have no more comments, we come back to the last topics we wanted to discuss in this session on funding opportunities is about CETP. And I have the pleasure to see Steinar and Paul joining, so feel free to comment. We don't have a lot of information on CETP, so you're really welcome to really give your contribution. What we wanted during this discussion to know is to have a feedback from the stakeholders, because it's the first time now that this call was published, to see a bit if there's any feedback on the call. So maybe Paul and Steinar, I start with just a small presentation presenting to all the members what is CETP, and after I give you the floor, maybe if you want to add some complementary information before we have some stakeholders who have participated to the call to give some feedback. So this year we saw this new funding program called Clean Energy Transition Partnership, CETP. It's for people familiar with geothermica, is a bit of follow-up to geothermica. So it's 50 national and regional program owners and managers. So the people in your country at regional or at national level, coming from 30 different countries to align their priorities and pool national budget. Here in the website, it was mentioned, so 210 million euros for 2 joint calls in 22 and in 23, and to implement annual joint calls for the next 5 years. The call is a 2-step procedure. The deadline, the call was open in September. I don't remember exactly the date, but the deadline was 23rd of November, so 3 weeks ago. In terms of topics, there are, if I'm right, 10 topics. You could see them. So integrated net zero emission energy system, integrated net zero emission energy systems, sorry, I repeat myself, power planning tools, RES demo power flex, advancing renewable energy technologies for power production through cost reduction, breakthrough research and development to increase renewable energy power technologies efficiency, CCU CCS, hydrogen and renewable fuels, one specific stream on heating and cooling, one on integrated regional energy systems, one on industrial energy systems, one on clean energy integration in the built environment, and solutions to energy transition in the built environment. So these are the topics. If I'm right, Paul and Steina, I don't know what's going on, these topics will remain for the future calls, no?
Just to react,
yes,
Philippe.
Sure. Yeah.
No, this is not correct. Basically, the idea is that there would be calls every year, and that on a yearly basis, it will be decided what will be the topics.
Okay.
But having said that, within the CETP, there has been developed a strategic research and innovation agenda comprising 7 what we call TRIs. So that would be the topical areas, like the heating and cooling, like some of the others you mentioned. What happened is that some of these TRIs have decided to have 2 call modules. So that's why there are 10 and not 7.
Okay. And I don't know if you have already some feedback to give as a manager of the CTP. You're happy?
Yeah,
with
I mean,
or?
yeah, I can give some feedback, I would say, at this stage. So let's say first feedback is that you mentioned that CTP is like a follow-up on geothermica. That is partly true, but not completely true, because geothermica is still around and exists. The issue with CTP is that it's a very big initiative and that there is no clear focus on geothermal. So within geothermica, we have had 3 calls. The last one, you remember, together with SES, 3 very successful calls, I think. Also the last ones, we will have the projects that were awarded. They will be communicated soon. Within CTP, it's a broader scope. So let's say within the heating and cooling TRI, many of the geothermal topics could find a place. However, the exchange between, let's say, the member states that we have within geothermica is something that we definitely want to continue. And from the geothermica perspective, we're looking at the CTP, whether it will work adequately or not. This was the first year. What I can say is that the results are not public yet, but we were quite disappointed about the number of pre-proposals filed. And if I look at the number of pre-proposals filed on geothermal, then we are even more disappointed. So we will have to look into this, and we will have to see whether CTP is the right way forward, or how we can improve the way forward within CTP, or within geothermica or whatever. So this is a process that we're in. It didn't materialize. Why? We don't know yet. I would be very interested to hear, let's say, the feedback from the community, why parties did not apply. As the call before that we did with SES was very successful, and we had a lot of applications.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for this feedback. Really interesting. We will open now the discussion. I would say, Paul, just for us, we just check, but Brussels region was not eligible, for your information. So there are some regions in Europe not eligible, and we could see that it was 30 countries, 50 countries or regions. So some regions were not eligible according to the priorities. But it's not
and maybe in addition, for the people that are not so familiar with the geothermica calls, so the ERANETs or CTP, the idea here is that the money is coming from member states or member regions, and there is a top up from the European Commission. But the largest part of the budget comes from the member states or the member regions. And then, of course, they have to be part of this initiative, and they have also to decide whether they want to be part of a certain technology call. So that's the issue. And then if Brussels is not in, then you are in trouble. If some other country is not in, then they're in trouble. So that's a pity. Yeah.
because yes, you to reflect one idea, but Jan Diederik wanted to intervene.
Well, now I want to kick off with the feedback. So first of all, I think it's nice we have this kind of calls, of course, especially since giving general feedback, we were always very happy with the geothermica calls. They really focused on relatively, well, demonstrate a level TRL to build very nice projects for the geothermal community. I thought with the CTP it was more challenging because indeed it was across the board. So you had to find out which countries were eligible, but also in what fields the countries were eligible, and also then again in which TRL level the countries were eligible. So that made it quite difficult and challenging, and also the fact that the variability in the amount of funding available was again present. This was also the case in geothermica, but there was a bit less, I think, of a struggle with that. And it was a kind of, but maybe that's also because of other reasons, but I also had the impression that timelines were very short for this for this deadline. So there was not so much preparation time. So more than in well, we managed to submit at least one proposal, but saw proposals failing due to the relatively short time frame for the preparation.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. And yeah, this was also our impression, so I'm not surprised with that feedback. But interested if there were others basically in the audience that looked at it or decided when to go for it or not to go for it. And,
do we have people from the audience that also applied to the CTP?
Yes, we did one application. Javier Chueguia from Spain. And I must say that it was not exactly in the area of geothermal, okay, but it was yeah, quite I think I share this impression that it was quite complex. We had to have a meeting with the partners. The lucky thing was that we knew the partners very well, and without that it would have been almost impossible due to the short time and the short notice, and also the complexity of the different ruling systems in the different countries. So it is a number of factors that have to come together that to allow an application. So we had this this opportunity, but I think it's a quite complex program.
Yes, I'm Dimitrios from Greece. We also applied, but Greece supports only TRI3, which is on CCS.
Yeah. Yes, thanks a lot for your feedback. And you know, also we are in the process. And if I say we, then I would refer to the agencies and the ministries involved in geothermica, to see how we want to go forward and how the relation will be with the CTP. I think if this will be a successful vehicle that we can use, then we will use it. If not, we will have to see if there are alternatives or that we go for combinations. But this, we are also in this process. It's new, so let's give it a chance. But in parallel, we are also looking at what other possibilities there could be.
I have a question, Paul. If I'm right, in the work program 23-24, I see a 60 million allocation to CTP, no?
Yeah, that could well be. I must say that I'm not even in that close details of organization with the CTP, because that are other people that are organizing that. I'm more in the position that I look what comes out of it and whether it can be helpful for the geothermal community or not.
No, because it will mean if there's a in top contribution from a budget, how it will influence change the system or not.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's maybe good to see that in geothermica we had a top up from the EC only in the first call. So basically, the second and the third call were done purely with budget from the member countries without a top-up. And in CTP, of course, you have again the top-up, but that also comes with all kinds of regulations and complexity. So that is somehow the trade-off there. Yeah.
Do we have other comments? Last comment on CTP? No, we will continue anyway to look at it, and as sector, maybe it will be as we are doing that for Horizon Europe, to try to have some lessons learned to share with what would be the interesting topics for the sector to be developed. Because there are indeed a multiplication of funding program, and it's good to see synergies, complementaries more than replication.
Yeah, happy to hear any feedback anytime. So all the best.
Thank you for your contribution, Paul. Fausto,
yeah, I was wondering if you as a Jack have a kind of a guideline to participate to the call.
We have that for some calls. For Innovation Fund, we have that.
Yeah. Are they available
for the members?
Only for the member, okay. Yeah.
As Geotherm Fora, we have also some fact sheets presenting the different funding programs. But the guideline is a bit more elaborated.
More elaborated, okay. If we have, we are waiting for the coffee break. I think we have 5 minutes or so. I would like to ask Javier some comment about our decision we made this morning to changing the name to ETIP DG in ETIP Geothermal, and how Javier see this the opportunity for the geothermal panel to become more and more interactive with the geothermal ETIP.
Hello. Yes, just to react on that. Yeah, we have been discussing this in the last weeks or since Berlin. I think I have also commented this, let's say, initiative with the rest of the steering committee of the geothermal panel, and we see it positively. I think we have to make the most of our synergies between the geothermal panel and which is representing the geothermal community in the renewable heating and cooling platform, and the geothermal community represented by the ETIP DG. So I think we should reflect on how we can integrate really much better the activities of the geothermal panel within the overall ETIP DG. And the change of the name is very useful for that. Let's say to understand, let's say to make clear that we are talking about geothermal systems in general, not only electricity or deep systems, but also all that covers the activity in the heating and cooling world. And with the communities, like I commented before, we have a lot of let's say common activities with other ETIPs, with other stakeholders in the heating and cooling let's say domain. So I think it's a very good initiative. We should perhaps come together and look how we can organize also these commonalities in the research programs that we have to develop in the future. Look in the RHC, we look more in the, let's say, in the heating and cooling part, but there are many common elements. So we should perhaps come together, join together in a dedicated meeting with the steering committee of the geothermal panel and see how we can integrate the activities.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and in fact, was going to propose to organize a separate meeting. I was thinking about the executive committee of ETIP, so we have 5 people instead of having all the steering group. Of course, then we share and have, I mean, proactive and productive discussion with the panel and see how we can realize this integration, which is not emerging, but just integration. Just to have a more power in negotiating geothermal in front of a European Commission. So maybe Philippe with taking care of the Secretariat of ETIP to try to organize as soon as possible a meeting discuss how we can progress.
Excellent. Excellent. We look forward to that.
Okay. Thank you, Javier.
Because we see indeed with the interest is, of course, we have a lot of topics with potential funding, but only 3 technology specific. And in the future, it will be interesting to have much more technology specific also codes, which we know that will be only on geothermal, because here, once technology neutral, we will have competition with other sources.
Yeah.
So we still have a job to do better.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no more, we can have a break. No. Just to check, are the presenters ready? Catherine, you are still here? I saw you this morning. No. She will be the first to present, so I think we have to respect our agenda and to wait 3:30.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a break of half an hour, and we wait the presenters of the second session. They will all have 10 minutes. Okay, see you in half an hour. Okay, I hope you are fine because we will have now a series of presentation, and the first one we give a floor is Catherine Kelling from GFZ to present Reflect project. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Wow, this was a quick introduction. Welcome everyone to the afternoon session. And I'm going to quickly share my screen. There you go. Hi. So my name is Katrin Killing. I'm from the Helmholtz Center Potsdam, GFZ, and I'm the project manager of the REFLECT project, which is an Horizon 2020 project on redefining geothermal fluid properties at extreme conditions to optimize future geothermal energy extraction. And in the REFLECT project, I'm together with 14 partners from Europe. We have universities, we have research institutions, but also geothermal operators and a small company. You can see them all here on the first slide. The topic of REFLECT is, as it says, geothermal fluids. So, and why is that? It's because the efficiency of the geothermal utilization often depends on the fluid that transfers the heat from the geosphere to the surface components, so to the power plant. And often there are problems like mineral precipitation, degassing, or corrosion, or even biofilm formation that can cause downtime, maintenance costs, and even failure of geothermal installations. And the aim of REFLECT is to enhance the knowledge about the physical and chemical properties of geothermal fluids such that we can make then accurate predictions of these problems and in the future avoid those problems instead of treating them afterwards by maintenance. And for this purpose, we have now worked almost 3 years together, and I'm going to present you shortly some of the main results. One of the main results is the downhole sampler for high temperature geothermal wells, which is developed by our partner ESOR. They want to develop a downhole sampler which is suitable for super hot wells in Iceland, so for temperatures up to 400 degrees Celsius. They have developed a flow-through sampler, which has a 1 liter sample chamber, and they are currently building and testing it in the lab, and the plan is to test it downhole until summer 2023. Another result comes from the degassing experiments, which have been conducted by the Technical University of Delft. They also combined this with modeling, and they actually had 2 different setups. One you can see here in the photograph. It's a visual pressure cell and a high-speed camera, and they are monitoring with a high-speed camera the degassing process for CO2 in the cell when they change the temperature or the pressure conditions in the cell. They have published this already in a paper, High-Speed Imaging of Degassing Kinetics of CO2 Water Mixtures. And for example, one result was that they found that they can reproduce the predicted degassing point, so the point where the first bubble forms for CO2, which is not supercritical, but for supercritical CO2, they actually found consistently lower expected bubble point pressures than predicted by modeling. They also have a second experiment on CO2 degassing of geothermal fluids during core flood experiments, where they have a core in a CT scan, and they can observe the degassing process in the core. Our colleagues from the University of Neuchâtel, they have investigated microbial diversity in deep geothermal fluids, and they investigated it at 8 different geothermal sites where they considered not only bacteria, but also fungi and archaea, and actually found a variety of these microbes in all of these systems. They have published, or they are currently publishing, a review on their findings in geothermal energy, and also the database on microbes is currently in preparation. And here in the figure, you can see on the left side the things which are more like a string. Those are bacteria which they found in Insheim, I think. It's a Bacterium penicillinum citrinum, and the other one is a fungus from a site in the Netherlands on the right. They also compared the diversity, so how similar are microbes in different geothermal plants, and actually found that there are similarities, but there are also dissimilarities. And here in this figure, you can see how the different geothermal communities or microbial communities differ. This is not only depending on the temperature. So temperature is, of course, one important factor, but it's also depending strongly, for example, on the content of dissolved organic carbon. That's why another group, a colleague from GFZ, has also investigated the organic chemistry and analyzed organic chemistry at 10 different sites, and also made a review on the existing data. And you can find this review already published, dissolved organic carbon compounds in geothermal fluids. You can see in the figure that over the different temperature levels, so the figure shows temperature on the x-axis and dissolved organic carbon on the y-axis. At all temperatures, they still found dissolved organic carbon, and it varies not only with temperature, but also it's highly dependent on the contact to rich organic rich deposits like oil, but then of course also on contamination by, for example, the drilling fluids, or even by scaling inhibitors, which are added to the fluid. And that's why he also had to develop methods to distinguish artificial from natural dissolved organic carbon. There are two modeling approaches developed in REFLECT. One is by BRGM. They have developed this code Porous Media for Foam, which is a multi-scale open source platform for hydrogeochemical simulations. Here they focus on scaling risks in the reservoir, but also in the well, so everything which is subsurface. The package, as I already said, is open source. It's available on GitHub. And it's also a user guide available, which is deliverable from the project and available on the project website. Yeah, and in this code, FreakC is coupled with OpenFOAM to investigate these hydrogeochemical interactions. Another approach was made by TNO. They actually considered again the two things. So the scaling is influenced by the characterization of the geothermal fluid, but the fluid itself is again impacted by uncertainties in the fluid sampling and the analysis, and they included these uncertainties in their calculations. So they also made a coupling between FreakC and a hydraulic model, but then included also this uncertainty quantification workflow. And the results of this, so the model approach is already published in a deliverable on the REFLECT website, and was also presented during the European Geothermal Congress in October. And finally, one of our main results is the European Geothermal Fluid Atlas. So in REFLECT, we have sampled at 13 sites fluids and analyzed them during the project, but we also collected data from existing publications or existing data from project partners. Additionally, the National Association of the European Federation of Geologists collected existing data from 20 European countries, and all these data were now integrated into one database. The University of Miskolc has integrated and also made a quality control on the data. And the beta version of the Fluid Atlas with all these fluid data and also the information on the geothermal wells, partly coupled with some rock or reservoir information, is available now on the server of the University of Miskolc. And maybe as a short outlook, this European Geothermal Fluid Atlas, we are going to reuse it also in a newly funded project, which is called CRM Geothermal. It's an Horizon Euro project and concentrates on raw materials from geothermal fluids, their occurrence, enrichment, and extraction. And one of the first aims of CRM Geothermal is to establish an overview over the potential of combined extraction from geothermal fluids for a large range of critical raw materials. So we are going to extend the Reflect Atlas with more critical raw materials to really get to know what is in the geothermal fluids and what could we possibly extract. And with that, I'm going to end with a few resources. So our website is available, reflect-h2020.eu. You can find the proceedings of the final conference, but also all the public deliverables and, for example, fact sheets on the main results. We also have a YouTube channel with recordings from our webinars, and the project finishes in summer 2023. So some more deliverables are still to come and will be available on the website. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and for the possibility to present.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Really well done. In 10 minutes time. No, we still have time for some questions. Do we have reactions? Question to Catherine? Yes, Nibe, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. This was a lot of exciting research results. You mentioned the porous media for foam and its modeling scaling risk. Does it you say that it's multi-phase, but does it go into the supercritical phase for water?
I'm not sure, but I can surely find out. So, well, our colleagues from BRGM who have developed the code, and I can ask them. And
we have an answer here from the participants. Yeri Müller wants to react.
Yeri Müller, I'm actually. IFE also took part in this project, and I don't think the supercritical was involved in this. That's my understanding. Okay.
Okay.
We did not consider Reflect supercritical. I think so, but maybe it should be checked. Okay. I think so. But
thanks.
Not from IFE side anyway. IFE didn't do any experiments on supercritical on this one.
Yeah, but well, for the modeling, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I will get back to you.
The estimate was input the modeling, right? So we didn't do that. But maybe you should check it with the other people with the modeling.
Okay, good. Thank you. And now we move to the second presentation of the day. I will give a floor to Tamana Khan from Technovative Solutions to present the project OptiDrill.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
And you can also see me. That's great. So I'm going to share my screen. And yeah, okay. Thank you, ETIP DG, for giving me a chance to present OptiDrill project. OptiDrill is an optimization of deep drilling operation, geothermal operation. And I am Tamana Khan. I'm leading the dissemination and communication part of the OptiDrill project. However, I'm working for Technovative Solutions, and we're involved in the OptiDrill project for machine learning, AI control system, and also decision support system and the sustainability analysis of this project. So we are currently involved in 6 geothermal projects, and one, well, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020, and also one project funded by the Horizon Europe. So OptiDrill is the optimization of geothermal drilling operation with machine learning. I heard that OptiDrill was presented by Kevin Mullin some time ago. So right now we are actually in the second year, almost finishing the second year of this project. It's a 3-year-long project. We started back in January 2021, which was during the COVID time. So we didn't have the opportunity to have the kickoff meeting, face-to-face kickoff meeting. But today, actually, the OptiReal partners are meeting for the first time after COVID. In Bochum, where IEG Fraunhofer, they're coordinating this project. We have 11 members from drilling, deep drilling operations like drillers, also plant operators in geothermal, and also consultants for drilling, and also some technological firms like us, TVS or Technovative Solutions in this consortium. It's a €5 million project, and we are targeting for the TRL level as 5. So what are the objectives we had for OptiReal was we looked into the drilling data, and we found that 30-40 years of manual drilling data, so and it was text-based reports. So we aim to digitalize this manual drilling data and text-based reports with the natural process language and deep learning methods. We also aim to instrumentalize the drilling process through the implementation of drill rig and BHA compatible sensor strings data. We also utilize novel sensor and monitoring system for implementation of novel system identification methods. We will employ the combination of machine learning and also novel deep learning methods in this project. Also, we are using federated machine learning schemes in combination with self-learning machine learning algorithms. And also, we will predict and trigger the detection of drilling problems through data-driven statistical and machine learning methods. Last but not least, we also understand the real-time lithology prediction of the formation. So in the progress of the OptiReal project, we aim or almost at the 70% of development for the OptiReal real-time drilling advisory system. So at the beginning, we started with the requirements analysis, also the specification, defined specifications from the stakeholders' requirements. We gathered, collated, and evaluated the historical drilling data from our partners, and also from the repositories, public and private repositories. We also analyze data visually from the daily drilling reports and plots, and we developed a what-if scenario. On the second, the first step, it was led by GeoLorn Limited. The second step was the drilling sensor selection and specification, and this was led by Technovative Solutions and Fraunhofer IEG, where we looked into the OptiReal monitoring system specification and defined it. We also developed a data warehouse for the project, generated rig data storage. We have a unified data acquisition system for the multiple monitoring systems. At the third stage, here, our partner PVI, they are the expert of novel sensors, and they took care of the sensor specification for the lithology prediction and data acquisition system. Also, they have selected the sensor housing materials and also the sensor housing multi-scale design and connectivity. Also, they have done the sensor housing and drill rod connectivity, and now it's in the prototyping and testing stage. Then initially we had lots of data from the drillers, from the plant operators, and also from different sources, different secondary sources. And we had to have a very good data management plan and also the data lifecycle management strategy to ensure the interoperability and long-term curation. We have designed and deployed a database for the drilling and logging data, and also we populated the data warehouse with drilling and logging data. Then we developed the what if scenarios. So after looking at the drilling data, what is missing there and what could be the problematic scenarios that can arise. So we also analyzed that, and we integrated the OptiDrill data acquisition system with the drilling simulator. So this was led by, again, Fraunhofer. So last but not least, we are working on a lithology prediction machine learning model based on drilling process parameters, and we are also working on a drilling problem detection and prediction machine learning model. So that's the overall progress of the OptiDrill project. We have still 1 year for the testing, prototyping and testing. And recently we had the review, the first progress review, which went very well. So these are the partners. So as I mentioned before, Fraunhofer is leading and coordinating the project. We have GeoLorn, then Geothermal Engineering Limited, British Geology Survey, Bestech, us as Technovative Solutions, Radial Drilling, PVI, who are manufacturing the sensors, ENBW, Well Guidance, and On Power. So they are providing us with drilling data. So, well, that's actually the end of my presentation. So we are very active in the social media. We have our website. I welcome you everyone to subscribe to our newsletter and also follow us in LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. And last week, Friday, we had one webinar. So this recording will be available. If you are interested, please contact me. My email address is tamanna@technovativeSolutions.co.uk, or if you have any specific question regarding the process of OptiDrill or any results, feel free to contact me so that I can follow it up with you. Okay, thank you. I guess it was a very quick presentation, so we have lots of time for Q&A, right?
That's perfect. Just your 10 minutes, perfect timing.
Okay.
Do we have any question? Floor is open for Q&A. Yes, Ron, you still have your hand raised. I don't know if it was for a previous.
No, it's new hand.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so thanks for a very interesting presentation. So maybe a bit too technical question, but what is your machine learning approach when it comes to detecting problems?
Well, as I'm the dissemination leader, of course, I don't know much about it, but maybe I can direct you to our technical leader, Kevin Malin, or who is leading the machine learning process from TVS, which is Asadul. So I can definitely come back to you with that question.
It would be very interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Ro, can I get your email address somehow?
Yes, I'll write it there in the chat.
Okay, then I'll come back to you.
Right. Do we have another question? Reaction? Comment? No. So thank you, Tamanna. We have all anyway your coordinates and the address of the website to follow your results. Thank you. Now let's move to the third presentation. I will give the floor to Christopher Freiberg from Mont Libre Group to present the XGeo SaaS solution. Christopher, I saw you join. Floor is yours. You're unmute, but we cannot hear you yet. Christopher, can you hear us? No, maybe there's a technical issue. So I will move if Wally Ike is ready. But I did not see him connected.
He said that he was in the field today and could not present.
Okay. So he sent me his presentation? No, I didn't receive a presentation from him. But from XGO, indeed, I received a video, so maybe I can show the video if Christopher is not able to speak. So 1 second, I'm showing the video when the video is launched. Okay, so if you're ready, I will share my screen and show the video so from Christopher Freiberg.
Distinguished chair and vice chairs of European Innovation and Technology Platform on Deep Geothermal Energy.
Oh, it's amazing.
My name is Christopher Freiberg from Monliber Group, Stockholm, Sweden. Today on your annual general meeting, I have been invited to address you on the subject of research and innovation in the field of geothermal energy. And it's a great pleasure for me to introduce you to our new solution, digital solution called XGeo, that we deliver to the market now in the form of a SaaS service, solution as a service. We all know the problem today, and that is that still today, 2022, geothermal energy is severely underrepresented in the global energy mix, and this for non-reasonable reasons. We know that today fossil fuels are the dominant part of the energy mix, and the problem is that even 2040, we see that geothermal will only be in the category of other renewables. This is for non-logical reasons, because we know that geothermal energy has enormous potential. I participated myself a few years ago in a long-term project to develop next generation deep geothermal energy systems called NextGeo. And we learned that all cities, all industrial parks, and all energy clusters can be provided with modern geothermal energy. If we also expand into the geological exploration center area, we also see that there is another global problem, and that is the scarcity and lack of efficient methods for analysis and localization and 3D mapping of geological resources. I'm talking about minerals and metals and rare earth, also water and geothermal. The problem is that the methods used today are highly manual and inefficient. There is technology, very advanced, highly expensive, and rather inefficient measurement of seismic reactions. We also know that we can do very, very detailed analysis, geochemical analysis in laboratories. And we always use test drilling and core drilling. But those two methods here, they represent more or less like sticking a toothpick into a cake. It gives a very detailed answer what is on that exact location, but it does not address the answer what is in the volume, the target zone we are looking to explore. And that is typically the requirement for both the mineral and metal sector and also for the geothermal energy sector. Now we are taking the next step. We are introducing a very advanced digital system called XGEO. It is based on a scientific method called pulsed electromagnetic sounding, and it has been developed, researched, tested, and verified over the last few years. And we can today detect all over our planet in detail at extreme depths, down to 10,000 meters, 10 kilometers into our bedrock, the details of a fracture zone, a geological resource of minerals and metals, and also water and other natural geologically bound resources. We can visualize and present this in very high precision, three-dimensionally on a computer screen, but we can also showcase what it looks inside the bedrock in VR, in virtual reality. And we can even 3D print your entire fracture zone or geological resource. The way how we conduct these investigations is with variable vehicles, ranging from boots on the ground. The equipment that you see here is a light, highly mobile equipment that weighs around 10 kilo. And the way how you can deploy it is either boots on the ground, you can walk in the nature, but if you want to cover larger areas, you typically use ground vehicles. We have also tested the technology offshore. It works perfect also to analyze sea bottom and below sea bottom via advanced sea vessels. And if we cover larger ground areas, typically with airborne equipment like helicopters. And now we take the next step. We introduce, in a partnership with a Swedish company, maybe the right now most advanced drone technology available in the world, highly autonomous miniature helicopters that can fly several hundred kilometers with meter precision and cover a certain area and bring back the analysis data. These echoes are then put into a computer system that we have developed with a proprietary software. And in there, we can make these fantastic images of the geological resource. We have a complete team of commercial, financial, and technical experts. Myself, I'm based here in Stockholm, Sweden, the capital of Sweden, and I have a few colleagues in investor relation and finance. And the core of the technical scientific team, they are based in the capital of Ukraine, in Kiev, at the Ukraine Institute of Science and Technology, headed by our team leader, Mr. Kuznetsov, and his fellow, Mr. Skopchenko, the mastermind behind the development of this pulsed electromagnetic measurement system. And we also have a team of geotechnical experts and our software expert for the analysis. And we have two complete project teams that can be deployed anywhere in the world to execute these investigations. So we are turnkey ready to move today. We are coming from long-term advanced research and innovation, and now we are entering into the market. The market that we address is the entire global geological exploration market for metals and minerals and rare earth, but also water and geothermal, large, deep, advanced geothermal centers that can empower complete cities and regions. And our competitive advantage is that we can detail the situation on very extreme depths, typically beyond any exploration today, up to 10,000 meters, very cost effectively, very scalably, and with high precision and innovation first mover advantage. We already today have a double IP protection, double patents on the technology and on the system integration, and we can deliver it into the market today. We have already built a pipeline of first prospects the last few months, including a nearby gold mine in the northern part of Norway, and also a partnership with a government in the Caribbean region, where we aim to build a deep geothermal power plant with the objective to also establish a local hydrogen generation plant to transform their local energy sector. And we are also addressing our neighbors in Finland, the very impressive project by ST1 in Finland, headed by Mr. Mika Antonen, building a very large deep geothermal plant in the capital of Finland, in Helsinki. And as we understand, they have currently challenges to understand the fracture zone and to close the loop in their system. And we believe that we can address exactly that problem and help them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are working on projects to address and facilitate what we call viable cities around the world. And that includes naturally also geothermal energy. And we want to stimulate our own new XGeo technology in your framework. So together with my colleagues and associates, I'm very honored to introduce both to the European Technology and Innovation Platform for Deep Geothermal Energy, and also in perspective of the recent Nobel Prize award here in Sweden, actually yesterday evening. We would like to help and stimulate these viable city projects by introducing for next year an award of 250,000 euro that will be granted to one of your projects during next year deploying this technology. You are more than welcome to contact undersigned. And I would like to take this opportunity to express a big thank you to the chair of ETIP DG, Mr. Fausto Battini, and also the vice chairs, Adele Mazzella, David Brun, John Diederik van Wees, and Sara Montemoli. And of course, also to all the members of the Geothermal Technology and Innovation Platform for Deep Geothermal Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christopher Freiberg. Here are my contact information, and you can receive this presentation in the slides I've shown you from your chairman. I will send these slides to him to enable contact and further communication. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm changed to the slide.
So thank you everyone for joining us today. We're happy to welcome Christian Schroeder-DeWitt with us, who's going to be telling us about AI for climate policy and the road to impact.
It's another YouTube.
So Christian, if I...
Okay, do we have any questions to Christopher? I know that Christopher was online, but he was not online or not? He was online, but I'm not sure.
He's not online. I'll ask a question to him.
I know that he's online, but he's not able to speak. So if you have any question, the best is that you put in a chat.
I will be in touch with him before. Did you?
We have exchanged some emails because he wanted to present today. The best is that he's not here today. So the best we give his contact details and you liaise with them directly because we have to move on. Okay. So for Algeria, I don't see Wali Aek today. He's not able to present, or he was interested to move. So let's move to Simone Palesi and Alessandro Bertini. If you're already here.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I confirm, and you can share your screen if you wish.
Yes.
Good afternoon, guys.
Let me just share the other screen. Screen number 1. Okay, here we go.
So it's to present Thermodrill project phase 1. Huh?
Exactly. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Sorry. Screen 1. Sure.
It's coming, yes.
Oh. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to do a brief overview of what we have done a couple of years ago. We completed a couple of years ago with the Thermodrill project that has been funded through the European Union Horizon 2020 research program. The concept of the project was mainly an integrated jet and mechanical drilling action. So we had an high pressure jetting action that pre-fractured the rock to improve the drilling efficiency. So the BHA has been modified with a downhole pressure intensifier and a specific bit that required much less energy from the cutting structure to have the same performances or even higher performances. This has been allowed by a booster pump that is needed to generate high fluid pressure downhole that is directly connected to the bit, and enhanced nozzles with high velocity jetting, and to allow this with the specific mud filtration. We as SLB, we participated to the consortium providing the bit and the BHA competencies. And mainly, I'm going to share with you the bit prototypes details, where we have a high pressure system that is being integrated in the current cutting structure of the bit. This kind of details has two different conduit, one for the high pressure with the 2,500 bar, and the common low pressure conduit with the normal mud cleaning flow. This high pressure has been provided directly from the downhole pressure intensifier that was provided by one other consortium partner during the project. And this system is suitable for all existing cutting structure, not only the roller cone, but also PDC or different cutting structure. What we have tested was a cutting structure for granite, and because of the purpose of geothermal application. During the project, we have done a full-scale laboratory test for an 8.5 section within a confined pressure, 100 bar confined pressure, so simulating the borehole condition, with two different nozzle configuration, one high pressure nozzle and two high pressure nozzle. And we compared the results of the drill bits with a baseline bit that has the same cutting structure to identify the enhancement of the high pressure jetting in 18 granite samples. You can find more details in the article I mentioned that has been published in the Rock Mechanics and Mining Science, the Journal of Rock Mechanics and Mining Science. What the test highlighted is an ROP increase in granite up to 70% in comparison with the baseline of the bit. In blue, you can see the baseline bit performances in ROP, depending on the weight on bit in tons. And we can see an improvement of ROP up to 70%. And at the end of the test, the bit was the same dull condition of the baseline bit, but with increased ROP. What we can directly touch with them and see on the samples is where the granite was pre-fractured by the jetting, and this is the core of this approach. After that, still during the project, we performed the field test. So the bit and the downhole pressure intensifier, that's the tool directly behind the bit to create the high pressure downhole, has been tested in Austria in a deep borehole, and the test confirmed at least a doubling of the drilling speed. What has been done in different formation, not the formation that we targeted in granite, but comparing the baseline bit with the same cutting structure and the bit with the high pressure technology, we measured at least a doubling of drilling speed, because we had some peak with the higher speed. Currently, prototypes are still available in 18.5, both for drill bits and downhole pressure intensifier, but further development are needed for the downhole pressure intensifier, and some criticalities are in the mud treatment technology to reduce the particle size. But we have, with the other former consortium partner, higher expectation for the 12.25 section tools, especially for the pressure intensifier. And then we are looking for further opportunity for field testing and development, especially on the downhole pressure intensifier that will be currently the more critical component of the system. From my side is what I want to highlight to the audience.
Thank you, Simone. It was a co-presentation. I don't know if your colleague wants to also complete or comment. It was with Alessandro Bertini.
Yes, Alessandro.
Simone did a good presentation. I have nothing else to add. If you have any question, we can answer you to your question if needed.
Okay, indeed. Let's open the floor for some Q&A. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Jörg Lehr here from Celle from Baker Hughes. I have a question. I was performing a electric impulse technology with the same goal like you have presented. What's if you go deeper to 10 kilometer, for example, the confining pressure, what is the expected influence if you drill deeper? That's my question.
So we didn't go so far very deep as you mentioned, and we expect a little bit of decrease in ROP when the confining pressure increase. We don't know how much because we didn't test, but for what that concern standard geothermal application that we can see here in Italy and in other locations in the world of about 3,000, 4,000 meters, we don't expect to have such decrease. For deeper, we don't know because we didn't test it yet.
And what is the remaining effect? Is this the velocity at the bit at the contact surface? You think that you would reduce the pressure on the bottom of the hole, or what is the?
Yeah, we are expecting a decrease of pressure at the hole bottom.
Okay, that's the physical concept behind.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have one more question from Fausto Battini here.
Yeah.
Fausto?
I was wondering if you if you did any seismicity recording during the experiment, because instead, in fact, you are going to frac the granites before to drill it, if I understood well.
We didn't provide it. We didn't test it.
Yes, Jorge?
Yeah, thank you for an interesting presentation. So you mentioned you you are looking for further field test opportunities. Is it mainly in high temperature areas, or is it just granite in general you are interested in?
We don't need any high temperature holes. What we would like to test is in hard granite formation. But if you don't have the heat, we don't need it.
Okay.
Okay. The interesting thing is can be used in every type of formation, no matter the purpose of the drilling. This will help the drilling no matter the formation and no matter the purpose of the drilling.
And we also expect that in carbonate sandstone, the ROP is also will be also bigger than what found in granite. So we expect to have better results with less pressure, maybe.
Do we have a last question to Alessandro and Simone?
I have an additional question about MSE, mechanical specific energy. You are better than existing technology? You consume less power?
During the project and the simulation that has been done, the overall power consumption will be lower, because you will have for the same drilling, for the same well, you will have a faster ROP and then a lower consumption per meter.
And additional question, what is the wear situation? How long lasts the tour in your experiments? How many hours? You're drilling with a kind of abrasive material.
During the test,
you have a higher pressure difference, but at the end you should have a benefit. And I think that might be maybe more wear in comparison to what you have right now.
In the cutting structure, you mean?
No, I mean in the nozzle area where you play with abrasive fluids.
You should consider that the fluid is just the same fluid that you have in the standard nozzles, so you will not have abrasive there, and due by let's say the fluid flow is very small, you will not have let's say turbulence or other things that will provide wear around the nozzle area.
Okay, that's what you mean. You make only the cutting smaller, or you mill the cuttings probably on surface, and then you use it as abrasion fluid then, and no additional current or additional material in the distance.
The tests performed during the project were done with the same mud, the same fluid that were used in the standard nozzle port.
And one of the most important thing is that since the orifice of the nozzle is very small, we need to use pure water in the high pressure conduit, because it is the bars at the old bottom that provide the cut. We don't need any abrasive or other substances to help it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some test has been done with water, fresh water.
Yeah, pure water.
Yeah. Okay, that's what we already discussed. It goes in the same direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last question was, where did you test? You explained it was in Austria, no?
Yes.
Indeed. Okay. Thank you very much, Alessandro and Simone, for this presentation.
Thank you to you guys.
Thank you.
Next one on the agenda is unique cutting element delivers improved performance in volcanic infill rock drilling by Schlumberger, Davide Font.
Yes.
You're
Good morning,
online.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, floor is yours.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but sure it's coming.
One more time. Now.
Yes, floor is yours.
Perfect. Okay. So, next slide. Okay, first of all, first slide is really an introductory slide. With this first slide, I just want to give you an overview of the drilling challenges from a bit perspective when it comes to geothermal well, especially if, like us, like Schlumberger, your background is mainly in the oil and gas industry. So when we drill for the oil and gas, we typically drill sedimentary formation, which are formed by the accumulation of deposition of sediment like mineral or organic particles. So here in this image, basically you can see shale, sandstone as a typical rocks that we drill in an oil and gas well. And that's why in the oil and gas well, typically 90% of the formation we typically drill are always sedimentary rock. Now, when I look at the geothermal well, if I look at the geothermal reservoir and focus on the geology and lithology we typically face when we start drilling geothermal well, the lithology is completely different and we typically drill through metamorphic and igneous rock. And this is an example of classic granite, which is an intrusive rock. So if I take basically this piece of information and I use the Smith-Bits proprietary software that we have to analyze drillability of the wells. This is just a snapshot of our software output. You can see that when I look at this typical oil and gas well, the typical lithology are shale, sandstone, and the compressive strength and the abrasivity of the formation is basically, let's say, not very high. And when I compare to a well, a geothermal well, I can see basically considerable difference. In terms of lithology, as I said, in the oil and gas well, they are typically sedimentary rock. And in the geothermal, they are typically volcanic, igneous, and metamorphic. When I look at also at the unconfined compressive strength, how hard is the formation, how difficult is to drill? In the geothermal well, I can see that basically the formation is much harder and more abrasive. So in a nutshell, that's basically the main point I want to make with this slide. The formation, the difference between sedimentary and igneous is basically a difference in formation drillability. And the rocks that we drill in geothermal well are more difficult to drill compared to sedimentary one. So that's just an introduction from a bit point of view. Now, how these different lithology affect my drilling performance. This example is from a geothermal application. You see here I have two geothermal wells, one in red and one in blue. And basically you can see here how many bits took to drill the well. When you see one box, basically how big is the box is the footage that we drill, and you can see also the ROP of the bit to drill this section. So in the red well, which is basically geothermal well number 1, we use conventional technology. This is basically a roller con bit, same as the one that Simone and Alessandro presented, the conventional roller con technology. If I look at the dull condition of the bit once the bit is pulled out of the hole, they are typically, let's say, beaten up. The cutting structure is completely basically worn because the formation, as I said, is very hard and is very abrasive. Now, in the second well, the blue one, and this is a geothermal well, the operator did something unconventional. Basically, they tried the typical PDC cutting structure to drill the second geothermal well in the same field. And what basically happened, the PDC didn't last long and drilled very basically small footage compared to the Holacon with very low ROP. So basically this show how the formation hardness in geothermal affect the performance and how we cannot really use the conventional PDC technology that we use in the oil and gas straight in a geothermal well. because the performance obviously is much poorer in terms of RP and in terms of footage. So that was the first takeaway. Don't basically use the technology that is successful in sedimentary rock straight into the igneous one. So what we basically did to overcome this, the game changer to improve the performance of the conventional PDC bit is what we call the stinger element. The stinger element is a special cutter, conical shape, that doesn't shear deformation. It's more like a fracture deformation. It is much more efficient when we want to drill much harder formations. So I don't know if you can see the animation here. This is an animation that we got from the lab where the stinger element was tested to drill granite. And we see that we are not shearing the formation, we are fracturing the formation, but this stinger element showed that basically he was able to remove the rock and to basically crush the granite. So that was the first test. The second test was a comparative test of stinger element compared to the conventional PDC in terms of impact resistance. And even in that case, we saw that basically the new conical shape element had a much higher impact resistance compared to the PDC, the conventional PDC cutter. So what we did, we basically took the layout of the conventional PDC bit. We implemented the new stinger element into the layout of the PDC bit, and we create basically different cutting structure that use both PDC and stinger element to drill harder formation. So if I go back to the previous example, now we can see in this test well, the operator gave a try to our stinger technology. In this specific slide is called CDE, conical diamond element. And in this case, the stinger bit delivered basically a record performance, both in terms of footage compared to the roller cone one, and also in terms of ROP, because you can see that the footage basically was almost 3 times the offset, and even the ROP was almost 3 times of the offset. So, and when I look at the bulk condition, it's much better at the end of this basically long footage compared to the conventional roller cone and PDC. So the conclusion here is basically that if we apply the oil and gas technology straight to geothermal, because of the difference in lithology, different in the formation characteristic, difference in unconfined compressive strength, different in abrasivity, we cannot be successful. I cannot just cut and paste from sedimentary to igneous rock. So a better understanding of the drilling challenge when we drill geothermal and specific customized bit design for specific harder lithology enable us to improve basically the bit performance when it comes to geothermal. Now, to me, what is interesting, that to me is really the takeaway from this presentation, that in some geothermal market, these changes are already happening and are ongoing. And in some other market, this process basically is still at an earlier stage, and we are not there yet. So interestingly, since I'm involved in several geothermal projects, when I look at the entire geothermal market worldwide, as of today, more than 3/4 of the total footage that we drill in our geothermal well is still drilled with a roller cone, which is a kind of classic conventional technology. And there is basically, we are almost at 20-21%. We start using PDC or stimulated design or special specific technology developed for geothermal. So there is definitely a big room of improvement, this 76%, where we can basically test and implement a new technology specifically developed for geothermal. And that really to me is the takeaway of this overall presentation. Roller cone nowadays is still the preferred option, but we've been successful in several markets to replace all technology with specific geothermal specific technology that are more tailored to geothermal drilling. And this is happening, this is ongoing, and we are basically keep attacking all the geothermal applications that we have wherever possible with basically this novel technology. And yeah, that's what I have.
Thank you very much, Davide. Do we have any question about this presentation?
I'd like to add old information rather than question.
Yes.
When we drilled in Cornwall in 1960s and 70s, we found that when you have pitch between the bits, the feldspar and quartz
Yes.
We made the pitch the same as a court, as a feldspar. And what we found, the penetration increased dramatically because they crushed the feldspar and dug the quartz out and made the bits last significantly longer, just to use what is the matrix and design the bits according to that one.
Absolutely, that's a good point. It's all about understanding better the application and customizing the application.
And Perry Moore used to be the, I don't know if you know, heard of him, Perry drilled the Scandinavian boreholes and so forth, and Schultz. But we used the same principle and it worked wonderful. The other thing we found, not necessarily to use the hardest bit because they're inclined to chip. So slightly less hard, maybe wear, but it lasted longer. The third one is obviously the gauge of the borehole. All that was part of the design.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm not an expert in there. I just heard and observed, so I'm just reporting it. York should be here, York Baumgartner. This is his type of work.
Thank you, Roy. I don't think York, I didn't see him.
Is York there?
I did not see him.
He said he was coming, so I don't understand, but there you are. But I think understanding, I'm also involved with the Slovak group, plasma drilling, but I don't know if they're doing any presentation or not. That's also an interesting, because we need to cut the drilling cost to make geothermal attractive. I think the key lies in reducing.
Absolutely. We've been involved in several technologies. I saw plasma drilling. I saw also particle drilling from NOV. I saw several technologies from different big companies. Now, the bottom line, as you said, is about cost. You know, we need footage and ROP. And
I understand America's got another thing that drill up to something like 30 meters an hour.
But I never saw basically, I saw test, but never a commercial, not commercialized. Basically a real field test where you drill a considerable amount of footage, you know.
I'll be seeing the lady on next year, so I'll be able to bring the information back, because we need in Europe something similar. If you can do at least 20 to 30 meters an hour, then it changes the equation of economics of geothermal completely.
Absolutely, if you can do that. We are exploring all the different technologies. Some of the operators are also asking about hammer drilling or percussion drilling with mud, because hammer drilling typically is faster if the rock is hard. We are looking at the roller cone technology, as Simone and Alessandro presented, to improve our ROP on the conventional roller cone. And we can improve our PDC with the Stinger element, and now we are developing the next generation. So definitely there are many things we can look at from a bit standpoint.
The advantage of the advantage of plasma drilling is you don't need a rig. They're supposed to be able to do coil tubing, which means you save something like 20,000 a day.
Absolutely, they can, yeah.
So there are a whole range of things available, but we need to make it successful.
Thank you, Roy. Indeed, it was in the chat. I see a proposal from Adele Mandela to organize next year a webinar on drilling technologies for geothermal, and I will discuss that with Laurent Escar, the working group leader. Maybe it will be indeed good to do a review.
Yes, yeah, I'd love to, yeah.
Just Laurent wanted to intervene. Yes, Laurent?
Yes, it's not necessarily linked to the SRIA agenda, by the way, so we can do that, of course, yes. So, yeah. I think that if people are interested, we should take the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Davide. And let's move on to the last presentation, overview of the purpose and progress of Green Loop system for steam and two-phase system by Greenfire Energy. John, I saw that you were online.
Yes.
So the floor is yours.
And I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm connecting from the beautiful desert of Southwest Utah in the United States. So good afternoon to you, but it's morning here. You might be able to see a little bit of it behind me here. beautiful red rock. Right. The presentation that I'm going to give today, we've actually done a technical paper that you can download on our website. And that paper was done actually with a number of entities, including Baker Hughes, who's an investor and partner of ours, the California Energy Commission that helped fund the project, and some other entities. But my name is John Muir, and I'm Senior Vice President, Business Development for Greenfire Energy. So let's talk about steam and two-phase reservoirs. They're really attractive because there's a lot of energy potential, but there's some challenges. You have a loss of resource water that reduces production and sustainability over time. That's because as the brine is brought to the surface, it's generally vaporized and escapes. And so over time, you lose water mass in the formation. So then you have to look at doing injection wells to replenish the water supply. That's expensive, and it requires a stable water supply from somewhere else. The other problem that you run into is it's kind of like a big pressure vessel. If you're losing pressure and you poke another hole in it through a new well, hoping to get more production, you're simply stealing resource from the other wells. So the problem that happens is that you've got a reduction of power and profitability and increasing expense as you're trying to maintain your resource. So that's the problem, but there are some opportunities here. This is what we're going to talk about today is this technology to extend the life of steam and two-phase projects. And fortunately, there's many locations in the world that can benefit from this. So let's go to the next one. So I'm going to talk about a project that we are currently doing at the Geysers geothermal plant in Northern California. I'll come back to that a little bit more about the geysers, but we're using a grant from the California Energy Commission. And what are we trying to do? We're trying to show that a steam or a two-phase dominated field can continue to produce if we can prevent the loss of mass, water mass, from the reservoir, and that will preserve the steam production and reservoir pressure. Okay, so why is that important? Well, the geysers is the world's largest single geothermal power facility. It's in Northern California, which here's San Francisco. Our office is over here on the East Bay, and here's where the geysers is. There's 13 power plants up there. They're generating 725 megawatts electrical power, which is substantial. It's about 10% of California's renewable energy, and it's about a third of total US geothermal power. So, and there's lots of wells, about 2,500 meters deep, around 190 degrees C, but their pressure has been dropping for a long time. This plant used to do twice this production 25 years ago. They were doing close to 1,500 megawatts. So they've had this huge decline in productivity, and that's the problem that we're going to address. So how will we do this? We have a closed loop geothermal technology we call green loop, and we have lots of different ways of deploying that. But in this case, what we have is you have a well with a perforated liner, okay? Everyone can see that. And we insert into the well a closed loop heat exchanger. That closed loop heat exchanger is basically a tube-in-tube or coaxial pipe. This is supplied to us by Vallourec of France. Many of you are familiar with them. So what happens is we can circulate inside this heat exchanger. We circulate a fluid which picks up heat and is brought back up to the surface for power generation. Now, so that's one closed loop. But interestingly enough, the way this works is because we have a perforated liner, we have feed zones of steam, that steam will penetrate and hit the wall of our closed loop heat exchanger. And because the heat exchanger is cooler than the steam, it condenses. And the latent heat of vaporization releases a tremendous amount of energy into our system. But that steam or that water condensate drops to the bottom of the well, and then it sets up convection cells all around the well. And these are not just a few meters. These are generally hundreds of meters. We've done some modeling around that. So the point here is there's no water mass escaping here. This is sealed, and the steam just forms convective cells like this around the closed loop heat exchanger. Okay, so we're harvesting heat, not mass. We can use various different working fluids inside the closed loop system, depending upon the characteristics of the reservoir. You can do this as a retrofit or a new well. In fact, what we're doing at the geysers facility is we are inserting our closed loop into an existing well that's not doing very well, that's not performing very well. Now, you could use this for direct use or power production. I think power production probably is the best use right now. And we can tailor it for a wide variety of different kinds of temperatures, rock types, and so forth. And we're able to adjust the flow rate of what's coming in here and what's coming in here, so we can optimize the feed zone flow. We can assure that the condensate is getting out here, and we can minimize deposits and scaling. Where we are, we're just about ready to start construction to retrofit the well at the geysers in Northern California. Let me continue then. So who all is involved in this project? Well, of course, Greenfire. We've developed the technology for this steam two-phase green loop. We have the Geysers Power Company that is subsidiary of Calpine. They host the project. We're also involving Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. They've been doing research in the geysers for about 30 years. And we're going to use them for a variety of applications so that we can fully document what happens. As I said, we're using Vallourec for our vacuum insulated tubing. Baker Hughes is closely involved in this, and these are our project manager group. Okay, what are the tasks that we're trying to do? Well, we've done extensive well, reservoir, and systems modeling. We worked 9 months with the engineers from Calpine to test every kind of scenario and to convince them that this would work. We're now doing the engineering work, and we'll be in Q1 next year, we'll be doing site work and installing it. We'll run it for 3 months and gather data. Okay, so we actually, this is not a great well. Okay, they gave us a leftover well, so there's not going to be a huge amount of power out of this out of this well, but you get an idea that I think what's really interesting here is you can get a very low cost, levelized cost of energy out of these kinds of systems. And so this is kind of indicative, but everything we do is aimed at making sure that our projects are financially attractive right from the start. Okay, so conclusion. We think that this technology, this green loop technology, has great potential for existing wells and fields. I said we can retrofit wells that aren't performing well. We can expand production within fields without reducing the water or pressure. And of course, we could also do this in a greenfield project. Now, if you do greenfield projects, if you look at that, it vastly expands the number and type of geothermal resources that can be economically productive. We like to think that the closed loop geothermal addresses the 98% of geothermal resources that cannot be developed using conventional hydrothermal technology. And when you get these projects running, they'll go for a long time, because generally water is the limiting factor in these resources. There's plenty of heat, you just don't have enough water. So by conserving the water, we conserve the project. And one other application that's kind of interesting, we have companies that are doing conventional geothermal projects that have said, okay, if we drill a well that doesn't work, for our conventional hydrothermal, could we use your technology to get something out of the well? And the answer is yes. And so it's a way of de-risking conventional projects. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I hope this has been interesting to you. You can go to our website and the technical papers are there. You can download it. You can also see what we did at COSO, California. That was our initial demonstration project. And again, you can reach me at john.muir@Greenfire Energy. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, John. Indeed, let's open the floor for some questions.
There's no question, but I can add a little information, if I may. This problem was envisaged in mid-1980s, because I went there was Jim Coombs was the director of GRI, wasn't it? GRI or something, company like that. And we worked with Ernie Major from Berkeley Lab, because at that time the reservoir was depleting and they didn't know why. So we put satellite network with Ernie Major, with Berkeley Labs, and it became quite clear where the restriction zones were. And then the re-injection program came into being. The seismicity was very key in finding out where the restriction of flow took place.
Yeah, that's an interesting, very interesting point. Yes, they found that the pressure in the resource was decreasing, and they were able to find an alternate water source. So every day they pumped something like 21 million gallons of water, wastewater.
It's a sewage water, I know that,
Yeah, from the city of Santa Rosa.
Yeah.
They pumped that in, and that has helped, but it's still declining. My understanding is when they first started producing, they had pressure at 400 PSI. Now they're below 100. So that's the core problem.
Well, this was in mid-80s. I think we solved something, but the demand went up and it created a problem again. Okay, sorry. Just information, background.
Yes, and we're very happy to have Baker Hughes working with us on this project, because the only reason Calpine is doing this is if we can stop the decline, and then we can add more wells, we can actually build that back up. And they have some, they know they have plenty of heat. They just have to overcome the water problem. And we think and they're excited that this will help them rebuild their system.
Well, one of the important things is water will flow the least resistant path, and that is always sigma max.
Yep.
And I did this work for operators in Nevada, Ormat.
Yeah.
All the fields and all the dry wells that are in a Sigma Max line, you can actually connect to your main system. You connect to the desert peak and things. So the geomechanics plays a very important part in geothermal. And it's important to understand how the stresses are in situ or to maximize your production.
By the way, it was mentioned earlier that geothermal continues to play a very small role in the world energy portfolio. And one of the ways that we can address that is to not insist on doing new greenfield projects every time. They take a number of years, probably 5 to 7 years before you see first revenue. So we specialize in going to existing fields with existing operators that have problem wells and problem fields, and using our technology to help them restore the wells to productivity and get those problem fields working again. We've encountered situations where they have half of the wells don't work, which means half of the generating facilities are not working, and so it's a huge financial problem. So this is meant to help the existing industry grow faster. Other questions?
Yes, we have Jorg wanted to intervene. So
Jorg's there.
Yeah, hello, John, a very good presentation, thank you. I have a question to John and Roy. Could you imagine to run such a system with CO2? Maybe not where you do not have a volcanic rock and don't or drill deeper, but then circulate CO2. Is there some kind of concept that we looked into?
Yes, in fact, our first project in Southern California about 3 years ago was at the Coso geothermal field, and we circulated water as our test case, and then we circulated supercritical CO2. So again, on our we had to document that. That was also funded by the California Energy Commission. So you can find a technical paper about that on our website.
Okay, great.
I'll just add again, because I'm working in a similar system in Cornwall, but not exactly perforated casing. Cornwall, if you drill one vertical 3-kilometer borehole, single loop will give you roughly 0.9 megawatt thermal. That is good enough to heat about 150 homes. So the idea is that when you have a new housing development, if you put this down, and I worked it out, it costs cheaper than running gas. So this may be something in the future. If you retrofit, it is always expensive. But when you start a new housing development, put one of these in, it'll last 100 years, forever. So this is something you need to think ahead rather than a retrofit.
Right. Just one other thought, and I have an investor meeting I need to go to in just a couple minutes, but the world is starting to impute value to resilient energy. Okay, the levelized cost of energy doesn't really talk about how long it's going to stay up, but now countries, companies, individuals are worrying about energy assurance. And if you say, I want 100% energy assurance over a given period of time, let's say
exactly.
let's say 30 days, and then you say, how much solar and how much battery would you have to be the equivalent of 1 megawatt of geothermal? And depending on your assumptions, it's something like 5, 6, 7 megawatts of solar and 5, 6, 7 megawatts of battery to equal 1 megawatt of geothermal. When you look at that CapEx associated with that, then you start to appreciate the value of geothermal.
Well, one of the advantages.
Thank you, John. Roy, we are
just a quick one, I think.
And we like this detailed discussion, but we will have soon.
Just a quick one. Yeah. In a town, in the summer, you're just producing heat, but in the summer, you can dump heat and cool the system. So you are bi-directional.
That's true. Okay.
Thank you, John. Really nice presentation, and thank you for your contribution. I thank all the participants for their attendance today, and I give the floor to Fausto Battini, the chairman of ETIP, for the conclusion.
Thank you all. A pleasure.
Well, I would like to thank all of you that you participate to this long meeting. We started this morning at 10 a.m. and particularly I would like to thank the people who are attending physically in Brussels, and particularly the working group leader. That contributed are contributing to draft the new strategic research agenda for ETIP geothermal. That will be the new name of geothermal. I also appreciate the presentation that was done in this afternoon. A very interesting project, and I hope if you are not yet member of ETIP, I will invite you to apply. It's free of charge, and it will be even for the overseas colleagues that would be a good way to establish international collaboration. We already have some contact with the DOE, but yeah, having I mean, such continuing discussion will be beneficial for geothermal. So thank you again to all, and take this opportunity to wish you and your family the best wishes for the season. Okay, thank you very much. And of course, I forgot to thank the host for the meeting, which is Philippe Object, which is a precious contributor to the success of our job. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, good evening.
Thanks. Good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.